Students are joining. We'll start in a minute. Hello, good morning, and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. We are discussing elections. There we discussed what are the constitutional provisions regarding elections. Article 324 creates a constitutional body known as the Election Commission of India. Then we have a common electoral roll and universal adult franchise. We looked at the entire process of elections, how the election notification is issued, and prior to that, the dates are announced by the Election Commission of India. As soon as the dates are announced, Model Code of Conduct comes into the picture. What is the origin of Model Code of Conduct? What is the purpose of Model Code of Conduct? What is the purpose? The purpose is to ensure a level playing field. What are the provisions of Model Code of Conduct? Is it working fine or not? What were the alleged violations of Model Code of Conduct? Should it be given a statutory status or not? That's something that we have discussed. And on the date of the polling, the elections take place, the voting takes place through electronic voting machines. Can EVMs be hacked or not? What are the advantages? What are the concerns? And then what is the possible solution? We discussed VVPAT, and then we discussed totalizers. Clear? And once the elections are over, the results are declared, the counting takes place. But during this process, something else takes place. Opinion polls are published, and then there is something called an exit poll. There is also something else known as post poll. What is the difference? There is something called election silence. All the candidates contesting the election, all the political parties contesting the election, they organize rallies. And basically, through these rallies, through this reach out, they reach out to the voters and basically try and convince them that you should vote for us. Clear? But 48 hours before the end of the polling, for example, today is the election day. Today, voting will take place. Let's assume it starts 8 o'clock in the morning and it extends till 6 p.m. in the evening. From 6 p.m., calculate the 48 hours behind. That period is known as election silence. And in this election silence, no campaigning can take place. No canvassing can take place. No political party can organize rally. No candidate can reach out to the voters and ask voters to vote for them. Because it is this period that we should ensure that the voters are now calmly thinking as to which political party or the candidate to vote for. Which means 48 hours before the end of the polling. This period is known as election silence. That means in this period of election silence, no campaigning can take place, no political rallies can take place. Because once the rallies are over, campaigning is over, we should give some silent space to the voters. Now they should decide calmly, without any interference, which political party to vote for. Before the polling, opinion polls are published. After the polling, we have exit poll. What is the difference? Opinion poll is before the polling. before the voting, we reach out to voters. Whom are you going to vote for? Voting has not taken place, but we are asking the voters, who are you going to vote for? And on what agenda are you going to vote for a political party? Is it because of unemployment? Is it because of corruption? Is it because of good governance? Is it because of Pakistan? Whatever is the reason, tell us why you are voting for a particular political party and who are you voting for. That's opinion poll. There is a ban on opinion poll during the election silence. During election silence, when no campaigning can take place, no political rallies can be organized, during this period, opinion polls cannot be published. Opinion poll results and findings cannot be broadcast on any news channel. That's the prohibition. But there is a complete ban on exit poll. There is a complete ban on post poll. Unless and until the last person has cast her vote. Exit poll is as soon as you come out of the polling booth, there are pollsters, there are organizations who ask you, who have you voted for? Opinion poll is, who are you going to vote for? Exit poll is, who have you voted for? And post poll is also after polling, but we don't ask you immediately once you exit the polling booth. As soon as you exit the polling booth, we are asking you, who have you voted for? That's an exit poll. But post poll is, you have exited the polling booth, then you have reached your home, and at your home, we knock at your doors and we ask you, whom have you voted for? That's the post poll. Opinion polls, the only limitation is you cannot publish, you cannot broadcast the findings of opinion polls during this period of election silence. But there is a complete ban on exit poll and post polls. Exit poll, as soon as you exit the polling booth, we are asking you, who have you voted for? Or you reach back to your home, then we knock at your doors and we ask you, who have you voted for? That's a post poll. There's a ban on exit poll and post poll. Unless and until the last person has cast his vote, unless and until the voting is over. That means if voting extends till 6 p.m., exit poll results, post poll results can be published, can be broadcast only after 6 p.m. Why? Because exit poll and post polls, they might be little accurate. Because in opinion poll, we are asking you, who have you voted for? And we conducted this opinion poll maybe 15 days before the polling, or 1 month before the polling, or 1 week before the polling. Week is a big time, is a large time gap in the election process. In 1 week, your thinking may change. In 1 week, your opinion may change. In 1 week, you may well want to decide and vote for someone else. That means opinion polls may not be completely accurate, but exit polls, they have slightly more advantage when it comes to accuracy, because we are asking, whom have you voted for? And if exit poll results are published before the polling, in the sense during the polling, then it might lead to a sense that it will influence the minds of the voters. And we can't influence the minds of the voters like this. That is why there is a ban on the exit poll. Now, you might say, sir, what difference would it make? Let me tell you clearly. There is a multi-phase elections. Multi-phase elections in the sense that there is first phase, there is second phase, there is third phase, and then there is seventh phase. For example, if after the first phase of polling is over, then we publish the exit poll, which is slightly accurate. Why? Because we have asked people, who have you voted for? This would influence the voters who are voting in the second phase. Because in first phase, these constituencies voted for, their people have voted for the BJP, which means BJP is winning the election. That means our constituencies are voting in the second phase. So we are influenced by the result of the exit poll of the first phase. Now what we will do, we will also vote for the BJP. Why? Because nobody wants to waste his or her vote. That is why, unless and until all the phases are over, and in the last phase, when the last person, the last voter has cast her vote, Only then you can publish and broadcast the findings of exit poll and post poll. But what happens because of the opinion poll? Opinion polls can be published after the second phase, after the third phase, after the fourth phase, after the fifth phase. At every stage, you can publish the findings of the opinion poll, except not during the period of election silence, which means first phase is over. Then still campaigning goes on for the second phase, third phase, fourth phase, fifth phase. Here you can publish the findings of the opinion poll. But when the second phase voting has to take place 48 hours before the polling, that is the period of election silence, opinion poll results and findings cannot be broadcast. Long story short, there is something called opinion poll, exit poll, and post poll. What is opinion poll? In simple terms, getting to know the opinion of the voter. Who are you going to vote for? That's an opinion poll. Can opinion polls be published, broadcast before the voting? Yes. Can it be published in the second phase, third phase, fourth phase? Yes. The only limitation is that as soon as the voting has to take place, during that period of election silence, you cannot publish and broadcast the findings of opinion poll. But there is a complete ban on exit poll and post poll unless and until all the voting is over, all the 7 stages or 4 stages or 2 stages, whatever the phases are. Once all the phases are over, after that you can publish the findings of exit poll and post poll. And we don't have to worry about exit poll and post poll because these are not going to influence the minds of the voters, because voting is over. Now, even if exit poll says BJP is winning, people are not going to vote because voting is over. So the findings of exit poll and post poll, that is not going to impact the minds of the voters. That is not going to influence the minds of the voters. So we don't have to really worry about exit poll and post poll. Then what is the purpose of conducting this exit poll and post poll? This is where the television channels, they get the TRPs, television rating points. After the voting is over, now we will see which political party is winning, which political party is losing. My dear, in any case, you just have to wait for a day or wait for 2 days. The results will be declared, and then people will come to know which political party has won, which political party has lost. So, what are you going to do in these 2 days? It is just that we will have an elaborate discussion. The nation wants to know which political party is winning. That's only for television debates, television rating points. But opinion polls are slightly important. They may tend to impact and influence the minds of the voters. Although opinion poll itself says it's only an opinion, which may or may not be the reality, it's only an opinion. But even then, maybe the voters will get influenced by the findings of the opinion poll. Because after the first phase is over, we will have an opinion poll, which is not an exit poll, but it's only an opinion poll. Who are the people going to vote for in the second phase, in the third phase, in the seventh phase? That's only an opinion, but it might influence the minds of the voters. And that is why there are some political parties which say ban the opinion polls. And there are others who say don't ban the opinion polls, but regulate them. And for that, we need to understand that there are two kinds of voters. Ask yourself, which category of a voter are you? There are voters who are committed, and there are those voters who are fence sitters. Who are these committed voters? I am committed to the ideology of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, or I'm committed to the ideology of the BJP, or I'm committed to the ideology of the Congress, if they have an ideology, which means no matter what happens in the opinion poll, what opinion polls are saying, whether BJP is winning or losing or Congress is winning or losing, I will still vote for that political party because I'm committed to the ideology of the political party. I've made my mind that this time I'm going to vote for Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Clear? So opinion polls will not impact me. But there are others who are fence sitters, who are not committed to the ideology of a political party. They go with the flow. If they see that BJP is winning the elections because opinion polls are saying BJP is going to bag 310 seats in the Lok Sabha elections. What will I do? I don't want to waste my vote. I will also vote for the BJP because I will be influenced by this findings of the opinion poll. That is why some people say for free and fair elections, we need to ban these opinion polls because they may tend to influence the minds of the voters. But the first thing that you can write in your answer is we can't ban an opinion poll. Why? Because opinion polls, they draw their strength, they draw their power from Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution. What is that? Freedom of speech and expression. There are pollsters, there are organizations who want to publish the findings of the opinion poll. That is their freedom of speech and expression. They want to express themselves through this opinion poll. Voters want to express themselves through these opinion polls. But yes, freedom of speech and expression is not an absolute fundamental right. There can be reasonable restrictions on your freedom of speech and expression. But on what grounds? Sovereignty and integrity of India? Do opinion polls violate the sovereignty and integrity of India? No. Do opinion polls violate the security of the state? No. Do opinion polls affect the friendly relations with foreign states? No. Do opinion polls, are they contempt of the court? Are they defamatory? Do they incite violence? Are they against the morality or the decency of the society? So, long story short, none of the reasonable restrictions that are imposed by the Constitution on your freedom of speech and expression, none of these restrictions apply to opinion polls. When none of these restrictions apply to opinion polls, then on what grounds can you ban opinion polls? You can't. So banning an opinion poll is absolutely not possible because it draws its strengths from the freedom of speech and expression, which can be restricted, but none of the grounds under Article 19, Clause 2 applies to opinion polls. And we need to understand that opinion polls, what are these opinion polls basically? We ask the people, who are you going to vote for? That means we take a look at the sample. What is sample? Approximation of reality. It's not a reality, but it is approximation of the reality. That means we take a look at, let's say, 10,000 voters, and we ask these 10,000 voters, how are you going to vote for? And who are you going to vote for? Based on that, we decide and we come up with an argument that who are the other voters also going to vote for. Is this possible? That we interview 10,000 people and based on that we can decide how others are going to vote for, how hundreds of crore, 55 crore, 60 crore people are going to vote for. Is that possible? Yes. Why? Because this is statistics. Statistics is a science. You just have to interview a sample, which is the approximation of the reality. That means this sample should be a mix of rural and urban population, a mix of men and women, a mix of Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis, a mix of SCs, STs, OBCs, and general category, a mix of those who are daily wagers, a mix of those who are professionals. So this sample should be approximation of the reality. That means a percentage of this should be from rural and urban, should be from backward classes and the forward classes, so-called forward classes. And then we can decide how others are going to vote for. Is it possible? Yes, because this is statistics, and statistics is a science. And we need to understand that elections are not a private act. It's not an act between you and me. Elections are a public act. And in this public act, it is necessary for people to know how others are making their choice. I want to know what my brother is arguing about. What is his opinion? How is he making up his mind to vote for one or the other political party? This is a must in democracy. And at the same time, today, if I were to ask you, what is the opinion of the people on Congress? What is the opinion of the people on China? What is the opinion of the people on the dilution of Article 370 of the Constitution? How do I get to know what is the opinion of the people? I switch on my TV, I log on to Republic TV, and there the person is screaming at the top of his voice. The nation wants to know what is the opinion. That means what counts as public opinion? These elites who participate in these TV news debates, who write editorials and columns in the newspaper, so we assume that this is the opinion of the people. But what is the opinion of that individual who is in a far off village? We don't know. What is the opinion of a daily wager who does not watch Arnab Goswami, but still he is struggling to make his two ends meet? What is his opinion? What is her opinion? What is the opinion of a woman who is using a chula to make dinner, who do not have the access to the LPG cylinders? What are their opinion? And their opinion we can find through opinion polls. Because when these organizations go and they conduct this opinion poll, they don't go on the Republic TV. They don't ask those people who are writing columns in the Indian Express or the Hindu. They basically go to the heart of India, in the villages, in the towns, and talk to the common people, talk to the normal people, and ask them, what is your opinion? Who are you going to vote for? 30% people, they want to vote because their primary issue is corruption. 60% people are voting because their primary issue is internal security. 70% people are voting because their primary issue is unemployment. So this public opinion, where we reach out to the common people, the genuine people, that is the must in a democracy. Because in an unequal country like India, where a tiny but voluble elite is used to passing off its voice as public interest, there are 3, 4, 10, 20 so-called experts who come on the NDTV, who come on India Today, who come on CNN, IBN, News 18, who come on the Republic TV. We assume that this is the public opinion. In an unequal country like ours, where this tiny, voluble elite, whatever they say, we assume that is the public opinion. The scientific sample surveys of public opinions are one of the few ways in which the voice of the poor and the disadvantaged gets registered. And do you know what is the impact of these opinion polls? Political parties change their strategy by looking at the findings of these opinion polls. In fact, there are political parties which give tenders to these pollsters, to these organizations, whether it is today's Chanakya, whether it is Center for Society of Developing Societies, so many organizations, they give tenders to them that you go and meet the public and tell us what is the feedback of the public. How will they make up their mind? How will they decide which way to vote? So that we can change our policies, we can change our opinion based on that. So Congress promised in the Himachal Pradesh elections that we will go back to old pension system. How was that possible? That was because they conducted the survey of the people, and people surveyed. They gave this answer that we need to go back to old pension system. Congress party said we will implement this. So we did not ask, or the Congress party did not ask Arnab Goswami, please tell us what is the opinion of the public, because he will tell his own opinion or the opinion of those elites who participate in these TV debates. In an unequal country like India, we need these scientific surveys, because that is going to be the only way in which we can register the voice of the poor and the marginalized sections of the society. Long story short, what are we discussing? We are discussing opinion polls, exit polls, and post polls. Exit polls and post polls we should not be concerned about. Why? Because there is a sufficient safeguard already there. Unless and until all the phases are over, the voting is over, unless and until the last person has cast her vote, you cannot publish, you cannot broadcast the findings of the exit poll and post poll. So we don't have to worry about it. But should we be worried about the opinion polls? Because opinion polls are published during the elections. The only limitation is they cannot be published during the period of election silence. But for example, today is the first phase of election. 48 hours before, opinion polls cannot be published. But first phase is over. Now you can publish opinion poll. Continues. Now 48 hours are left for the end of the polling. This is the period of election silence. Opinion polls cannot be published. Second phase is over, then you can publish opinion polls. But once you reach 48 hours before the end of the polling, you cannot publish the opinion polls. So the only safeguard is during the period of election silence, opinion polls cannot be published. But does opinion poll influence the minds of the voters? For that, we need to understand that there are two types of voters: committed voters who will not get influenced by the results of these opinion polls, but fence sitters who are not committed to the ideology of any political party. They might get influenced by the results, by the findings of these opinion polls, because in a democracy, nobody would want to waste her vote. If I know that you are not winning the elections, I will rather choose another candidate who has the potential of winning the election, because I don't want to waste my vote. And it is in this backdrop that there are some political parties which say opinion polls should be banned because they influence the minds of the voters. But in your exam, you can categorically write, we can't ban opinion polls. Why? Because opinion polls, they draw their strength, they draw their legitimacy from Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution, which is not an absolute fundamental right, but none of the restrictions that apply to freedom of speech and expression can be used to ban opinion polls. But then these opinion polls, these are a must in modern democracies, because election is not a private act, it's a public act. People come out in large numbers and vote. And I want to know in a democracy how others are also making their choice. And in an unequal country like ours, we need to see, hear, and listen to the voice of the marginalized and disadvantaged sections of the society. And these scientific surveys, sample based surveys, these are the only ways in which we can get to know what exactly the common man or a woman is wanting. And that is why opinion polls must not be banned. But what opinion polls should be thought of? There should be regulation. What sort of regulation we will discuss? Because if you ban opinion polls, it can't be implemented. It will be like banning smoking in public places. Although there is a ban, but ultimately it is not having major impact. People are still smoking in the public areas. So banning an opinion poll is far worse and will be equal to banning of smoking in public places, which is very difficult to implement. Why? Because at any point in time, some organization will tweet something, a fake account can be created. They will tweet something and say, this is the opinion poll conducted by this big organization. And according to this opinion poll, BJP is winning the election. So you can't ban an opinion poll. But what you can do, you can regulate. And for that, we need some disclosures. What is the disclosure? For example, I am the organization which is conducting this opinion poll. For example, I am today's Chanakya. For example, I am Jan Gan Ki Baat. For example, I am CSDS. For example, I am any other organization. I am the organization which is conducting this opinion poll. And this opinion poll says BJP is going to cross 330 in 2014 Lok Sabha elections. And now you are watching this opinion poll, or you're reading the findings of this opinion poll. But I, as an organization, I should be necessarily disclosing something. Although this has not been implemented yet, but that is the reform that we are suggesting, that there should be disclosure. What sort of disclosure? The ownership and track record of the organization carrying out this survey. If the opinion polls say BJP is winning the election, and next to this opinion poll, there are the disclosures about the organization which has conducted this opinion poll, and the owner of this opinion poll is the BJP. Will you trust this opinion poll? No. Obviously, BJP will say we are winning the election. Another opinion poll says Congress is going to win 543 of the 543 seats in 2014 Lok Sabha elections. And next to that, there should be a disclosure. The owner of this organization is the Rahul Gandhi, which means you will not trust this opinion poll. Second, what is the track record of this organization? This organization says BJP is going to cross 50% seats in 2014 Lok Sabha election. But previously, what was the track record of this organization? Previously, whichever opinion poll they conducted, they were way off the mark. They were never accurate in their findings. They were never accurate in their predictions. So I will take this opinion poll with a pinch of salt. This disclosure is a must. Similarly, details of the sponsor. This opinion poll is conducted by organization X. The owner of this organization is Y. So X is not a political party. Y is also not the leader of a political party. But this opinion poll is sponsored by All India Congress Committee. So you should know that I will not trust this opinion poll because this is sponsored by a political party. Right now, we don't know. Right now, all the opinion polls that you are seeing, that you are watching on the TV or you are reading from the newspapers, you don't know who is the owner of this organization which has conducted this opinion poll, who has sponsored this organization, what is the track record of this organization, should I trust this opinion poll or not, what is the sample size. For example, to conduct an opinion poll in a vast country such as India, we can't pick and choose 100 voters and ask them, who are you going to vote for? 100 voter is not a good sample. So when we find out in an opinion poll that this opinion poll was conducted by an organization after interviewing 100 people, I should not trust this opinion poll. Why? Because 100 people is not a good sample. It's not a good representation in statistics. So on 100 people, how can you decide which political party is winning and by how much margin? So I will take this opinion poll with a pinch of salt. What is the social profile of the sample? All these 1,000 people who are interviewed were from urban India. That means you excluded rural India. Majority of the people live in the rural India. I will not trust your opinion poll. All these 1,000 people who were interviewed, all of them were men. Women were not included. Women vote differently. They have a different way of voting in the elections. So if women are not included in the sample, I will not trust this opinion poll. When, where, and how were the interviews conducted? That should be disclosed as well. For example, I was part of an organization which conducted an opinion poll in 2014 Lok Sabha election, and I traveled to Gujarat. And there was one shopkeeper, and we were asking him, who are you going to vote for? He said, I'm going to vote for the BJP. It was surprising for me. Surprising why? Because that individual happened to be a Muslim. Now, Muslims can also vote for the BJP. But the point is, the sense was that Muslims vote for the Congress. If this individual says, I'm voting for the BJP, is there a change in the mindset of the Muslim community that now they're open to voting for the BJP? That is a tectonic shift in the elections then. I took him aside and asked him, are you really going to vote for the BJP? He said, no, I am voting for the Congress. Then I asked him, then why did you say I'm voting for the BJP? He said, I have a shop. And next to that shop, when you interviewed us, you asked me, who are you going to vote for? Majority of the people surrounding me were from the BJP. Now, they would not have assaulted me, but they would have wasted my entire day in convincing me why you should not vote for the Congress, why you should vote for the BJP. So I don't want that trouble because I have the business to run. That is why I said, I'm voting for the BJP, please go. But if the same question was asked in a different environment altogether, in a different setting altogether, the answer changes. So when these interviews were conducted, where these interviews were conducted, how these interviews were conducted, that's an important way in judging whether this opinion poll should be trusted or not. All these disclosures should be made. And once all these disclosures are made, then voters will not be influenced. Then voters will decide whether we want to trust this opinion poll or not, because everything is transparent. But who will regulate this? This regulation should be self-regulation. Self-regulation in the sense, print media, is it controlled by the government? No. Who regulates print media? If some of the newspapers, they publish something which is wrong, which is blatantly communal, or which incites people to violence, for that action will be taken by the Press Council of India. So all the print media is regulated, or is kept under control by the Press Council of India, which is an independent body. Similarly, all the TV news channels, recently a fine was imposed on a news channel because it talked about Hindus, Muslims, the conflict, and it was trying to polarize the society. 20,000 fine was imposed by News Broadcasting Standards Authority. So self-regulation by media TV channels on their own, they will have a body which will regulate them. Print media will be regulated by themselves. That is how these organizations which conduct these opinion polls, they should be self-regulated. Because if we ask the government to regulate it, government will tell these organizations, favor us, otherwise we will ban you. Favor us, otherwise we will not allow you to publish these findings. That is why we can't have government control these opinion polls or political parties control these opinion polls. Either it should be self-regulated or it should come under the Election Commission of India. Election Commission of India should ensure that these disclosures are met, which means unless and until the organization discloses all these things, you will not allow, as the Election Commission of India, you will not allow that organization to publish or broadcast the findings of that opinion poll. And in case there is a conflict in the sense, one organization says that BJP is going to win 400 seats in 2014 Lok Sabha election. But once the results were declared, BJP bagged only 100 seats. That means who is this organization which predicted 400 seats? Now we have to go after this organization. Were you trying to influence the minds of the voters? No, sir. I was genuinely being honest. Said, show us your raw data. How these interviews were conducted. Show us the responses that people gave you when you conducted this interview. Show us this, and then we will decide whether you were able to predict 400 seats or not. How did you arrive at this 400 number? If your raw data also was saying that Congress is winning the election and BJP is losing the election, despite that you said BJP is winning the election, basically your intention was to influence the minds of the voters, ban this organization, impose cost on this organization. And that can be done by Election Commission of India. That is why who would formulate these guidelines and implement them? Ideally, it should be self-regulation by pollsters and media organizations. An organization like the News Broadcasters Association or Press Council of India can take this initiative in this respect. Failing this, Election Commission of India should take up this responsibility. If these organizations are not effective in ensuring the transparency of opinion polls, then ECI could take this responsibility. What matters is the existence of a regime of mandatory disclosures rather than an agency in charge of implementing them. What matters is that whatever we discussed, disclosure should be made by the organization. That is important, rather than who implements these opinion polls. Once that is in place, such a mechanism, such disclosures would help the public tell the difference between a genuine and a rogue poll. A genuine opinion poll and a poll sponsored by a political party. And all this will incentivize transparent practices. That means as an organization, I will be very transparent. I will be very impartial in conducting this opinion poll because I know I have to disclose a lot of information. If I don't disclose this information, my organization would be banned. That would be a significant step towards building a democratic public culture. After all, public opinion polling is too valuable and consequential to be left to politicians or pollsters themselves. To wind this up, we have opinion poll, we have exit poll, we have post poll. Opinion poll is we are asking the voters who are you going to vote for. Exit poll and post poll is we are asking the people who have you voted for. Since exit poll and post poll, they might be little genuine, little more authentic, because we are asking people who have you voted for. If they are honest in their answers, then the result of this opinion poll would be genuine, would reflect the reality. But we should not be concerned about exit poll and post poll. Why? Because they are banned in India. Unless and until the last person has cast his or her vote, you cannot publish, broadcast the findings of the exit and post poll. But what we should be concerned with is opinion poll. Should opinion polls be banned? No. But do opinion polls influence the minds of the voters? Possibly yes. At least those voters who are the fence sitters, who are not committed to the ideology of any political party. But opinion polls banning is not a solution, because it will be like banning smoking in public places, which is rarely implemented. Then what we need to do, we need to regulate. Any organization conducting an opinion poll, it has to disclose a set of information. Who is the owner of this organization? What is the track record of this organization? Who is the sponsor of this opinion poll? What is the sample size? How the sample was conducted? How the interviews were conducted? All these disclosures should be known, so that I, as a voter, when I look at this opinion poll and I look at the disclosure as well, I will make a difference whether this is a genuine opinion poll or a partial opinion poll, a rogue opinion poll. This opinion poll is sponsored by the Congress party. I will not trust it. This opinion poll, the track record is it was never on the target. It has conducted opinion poll 20 times in the past, but never ever were these opinion polls accurate. So I will not trust it. And who will ensure that all these disclosures are disclosed by this opinion poll organization? Either it should be self-regulation, that means Press Council of India or News Broadcasting Association should regulate these opinion polls and ensure that these disclosures are made. If not, then Election Commission of India should step in. That is the difference between exit poll, opinion poll, and post poll. Any questions? Okay. Now, when the election takes place, voting takes place through the electronic voting machine, then Election Commission of India releases figures that in Tripura, the voting percentage was X. In Nagaland, the voting percentage was 70%. In Meghalaya, the voting percentage was 90%, for example. But when we look at the voting percentage, particularly in urban India, the voting percentage is less. 26/11 attacks took place in Mumbai, which shook the financial capital of India. It was an assault on India's economy, the backbone of India's economy, the financial capital of India. So it was basically a war launched by Pakistan. After 26/11 attacks, we saw massive public sentiment in Mumbai. People came out in large numbers with candle in their hands, and they said enough is enough. We need a strong mechanism to ensure that these terror attacks are not repeated. Home Minister had to resign at that time. Then Mr. P. Chidambaram was appointed as the Home Minister. The Chief Minister was removed by the Congress party. A new Chief Minister was appointed. So now people thought that finally Mumbai has awoken. That was 26/11, 2008. 2009 elections were held, and in Mumbai, the voting percentage was 50%. So just few months ago, people came out in large numbers with candle in their hands, and they wanted accountability from the political class. Why have you failed to protect us? Why have you failed to protect the financial capital of India? Few months later, when the elections are held, these people did not turn out to vote. How can you question the government then? When you're not voting, when you don't participate in the democratic exercise, what right do you have to criticize the government? What right do you have to criticize the government if the government is unable to give you education, health facilities, better roads, better infrastructure, better airports, better railways, when you are not participating in the democratic exercise? When you are not voting in these elections and through these elections, keeping the government accountable? What right do you have? That is why at that time it was advocated that there should be compulsory voting. All those who are above the age of 18, excluding those who are in the hospitals, excluding pregnant ladies, excluding aged, infirm individuals. Apart from that, whatever is left, whoever is left, compulsorily you have to vote. And that is what is known as compulsory voting. And for that, we need to now decide Should voting be made compulsory? Either yes or no. First, you need to understand that you don't have to look at this issue from the legal perspective. Legally, can you force people to vote? Yes. Why? Because in larger public interest, you can be forced. Forced in the sense, I get my salary, and every time, even without asking me, tax is deducted. TDS, tax deduction at source. That means the money is not reaching me. Even without money reaching me, a part of this money is also already taken away. Tax deducted at source. That means my organization pays me salary, but without paying the full salary, a significant percentage of that is given to the government in the form of tax. Am I forced to pay tax? Yes. In a democracy, how can you be forced? You can be forced for the larger public interest. Paying taxes, that's force on you. I'm riding a motorcycle, I have to wear a helmet. Can I say I have my freedom of speech and expression? Why are you forcing me to wear the helmet? The state will force you because it is for your interest. I'm riding a car, I have to wear the seat belt. If I don't, then fine will be imposed on me. Can I claim I have the freedom of speech and expression? I don't want to wear the seat belt. Who are you? Who is the state to dictate? I am a free individual. That's what once Arundhati Roy remarked, a famous quote. I am a mobile republic and I secede. She said, I am an individual republic. I secede from the Union of India. It's a beautiful lyrical quote, doesn't carry any legal significance, but be that as it may, can you be forced in a democracy? Yes. You can be forced to pay tax. You can be forced to wear helmet. You can be forced to wear a seat belt. You can be forced to do something if it is for your interest, if it is for the larger public interest. So can you be forced to vote in the elections? Yes. Can this be challenged on the ground that it is illegal, it is unconstitutional? No. That means compulsory voting as an idea is not unconstitutional. It can be implemented. But the only thing that we have to then decide is whether morally, ethically, should you be forced to vote, or should you have the independence to either vote or not vote? Should voting be made compulsory, or should it be a matter of choice? That is something that we will have to decide now. One political theorist, Aaron Lippert, wrote an article in the 1990s, and in desperation, he suggested that compulsory voting is the only solution. Solution to what? He said that in democracies, we face two problems. One is voting apathy and the declining legitimacy of the governments. Voters' apathy. Voting takes place. Today is the date of polling, but I am rather in a restaurant having a sumptuous food, Lebanese food. I'm not voting at all. So voters have apathy, unconcerned about election process. I don't want to go out and vote. Election day, voting day is the holiday. So I would plan my holiday in such a manner that I will go to a hill station because I'm not voting. I don't care about this. Aaron Lippert said this is a danger. This is a danger when voters are not participating in the voting. In a sense, for example, we have this class and we have lots and lots of students who have enrolled for these classes. If I see that only few students are attending this class, it's a danger sign. Maybe you don't like my classes. Maybe you don't like us as an institution. That's a danger sign. And tomorrow I will see that people will disappear from the classes. Similarly, in a democracy, if people are not engaging, people are not voting, it's a danger sign. It's a warning sign that something is not wrong within this society. And that is problem number one. Problem number two is that the legitimacy of the government is reduced. Legitimacy of the government in the sense 2014 till 2019, BJP was in power. There were some political parties which said this is not a legitimate government. Why? because only 31% people have voted for the BJP, which means 69% of the population reject the BJP. What is your legitimacy? You're not a legitimate government. And it happens when not everybody turns out to vote, and particularly in first past the post system, when you don't look at the majority vote, you only look at who gets the highest number of vote. And in first past the post system, where everybody is not voting, definitely the party which is in power at the center will have less than 50% vote, which basically means that others can call this government as illegitimate. And even today, Digvijay Singh, he calls the government illegitimate. Why? Because the BJP was supported by only 37% of the population, 37% of the voters. 63% of the voters have rejected the BJP. So BJP government is not legitimate. Aaron Lippert said both these are danger signs for democracies. One is the voters' apathy, and the other is the declining legitimacy of the government. And to solve both these problems, he recommended compulsory voting. Compulsory voting, voters will have to compulsorily engage with the system, force them to vote. Number one. Number two, and when everybody is voting, which means the voting percentage is up, which means those who will vote for the government will be up, the voters' numbers will be up, which basically means that a government which is formed at the center will have the support of more than 50% of the voters. Ideally, that means tomorrow nobody can call this government as illegitimate because it has the legitimate 50% support of the voters. That is what Aaron Lippert said. And compulsory voting, activists, writers, columnists, they argue that it will have some more positive impact as well. What is the positive impact? Number one, money power would reduce to a large extent. Listen to me carefully. There was an election conducted in, I think it was RT Nagar constituency or T Nagar constituency, some constituency in Tamil Nadu. And the candidate was Mr. TTV Dinakaran, who was the nephew of Shashikala. Shashikala was a close confidant of J. Jayalalitha. And it was argued that TTV Dinakaran paid a bribe of 20,000 rupees per vote. That means spend as much money so that for one voter, he was paying 20,000 rupees. Whether that is correct, incorrect, I don't know. This is only the allegation. I don't know, but this is what the people suggest. But if 20,000 is not the real number is even 2,000. But we know that political parties and their candidates, they bribe the voters. I will give you money, cash, drugs, biryani, whatever it is, liquor, but you will have to come out and vote for me. And this way, what I do, listen to me carefully. I know 100% people of this constituency are not going to turn out for vote. They won't. So the voting percentage may be 60%. Out of the 60%, my political party already has a cadre. They have the employees or they have the office bearers. And I will get 10 to 15% of the votes because they will come out to vote. Remaining, how do I get? I have to bribe them. So I will spend 5 crore, 10 crore rupees in an election to get these 10% people to vote for me. Because I know for 40% people are in any case not going to vote. The remaining I have to bribe. So I have to bribe them to come out of their homes and vote for me. And for that, I spend 5 to 10 crore rupees. And now I get elected. When I get elected, this 10 crore rupee was my investment. I need returns on this investment. I need 20 crores more, 50 crores more, because that is how I'm going to contest the next election as well. And this is where tomorrow, when you approach me, my son has been illegally taken away by the police, I will charge a fee. Give me 1 lakh rupees and I will ask the police to release your son. Basically, it was me who asked the police to arrest your son because I know you will come to me. Because the moment I paid you bribe to vote for me, now is the time to return. Pay me bribe so that I can get your son released. It's a give and take, a vicious cycle. But the point is, if voting is made compulsory, those 40% people who are not voting, now they in any case will have to vote. Can I bribe 50% of the voters? Which basically means I have to spend 100 crore rupees for one constituency, which is completely not affordable to me. I cannot do that. Which tomorrow means that political parties, if all the people are coming out in large numbers and voting, political parties will set up clean candidates to contest the election. Unblemished record for an individual to contest the elections. I am not having any criminal case. I am educated as well. I don't have any caste baggage, no communal baggage. You vote for me. Because you can't bribe 100% of the voters. You can only bribe 10%, 20%, or even 30% of the voters. But the remaining voters are going to vote on the basis of their conscience, and they will vote for a clean candidate. So, one, what it will do, if voting is made compulsory, it will increase the voting percentage 100% because everybody is voting. That means this voters' apathy can be taken care of. Number one. Number two, the government will be a legitimate government now. It will have the support of the majority of the people. That means problem number two will be solved. Third advantage would be money power would not be eradicated, but will be reduced to a large extent. Because if I know that I'm spending 10 crore rupees in this election, but in any case, another candidate who spent nothing is winning the election. Why? Because he was a clean candidate. He touched the conscience of the people and people voted for him. Tomorrow I will not spend this 10 crore rupees also, because ultimately it's going down the drain. It is getting wasted because in any case, I cannot bribe 100% of the population to vote for me. So money power would be reduced and citizens' engagement with the democratic process will increase. Tomorrow, as a citizen, I will have the right to question the government. Yesterday, when I was questioning the government said, but who are you? You don't vote. Why should we give you good education, good infrastructure? Why should we vote? Why should we give you all these amenities? You don't come out in large numbers and vote. But tomorrow, this argument cannot be given by the government. Every one of us votes. So we will engage with the democratic process. We will engage with the government. And ultimately, the government will have to listen to us. And this way, political parties will focus on all. Listen to me carefully. Today, political parties, they organize rallies, have programs and schemes, have even laws targeting a specific group. Just before the election, the government announces that more OBC ministers are appointed, more SC/ST ministers are appointed. A scheme is targeting OBCs, SCs, STs. A scheme is targeting vulnerable sections of the society. Very good. We have no problems with that. But you're neglecting other sections of the society, because you know that it is these people who come out in large numbers and vote. So you are basically targeting only those people. You're not targeting others who are not coming out and voting. When these people will also come out and vote, now the government will have to have a rethink. It will have only those policies which will affect everybody, not only one segment of the society. For example, today, the Hindu newspaper, they know that all those people who read our newspaper, they are civil services aspirants. So we don't have to cater to someone else. But if tomorrow others also start reading the Hindu newspaper, then what the Hindu newspaper will have to do, it will have to include articles, it will have to include columns, it will have to include editorials, which others would also read, which non-civil services aspirant would also read. So what is your target group? That's important. Now for the government, the target group are few castes or few groups or few communities. Now if everybody comes out and votes, now this government will focus on all, welfare for all. That is what is going to happen if voting is made compulsory. Also, we need to understand that compulsory voting as a practice is not something alien. It is in operation in close to 14 countries right now. Australia is an example, Belgium is an example, Peru is an example, Brazil is an example. These are the countries, close to 14 countries in the world, where compulsory voting is in practice. And does compulsory voting increase the voting percentage? Yes. One Harvard professor Pippa Norris. He said an average voter turnout in countries with some form of compulsory voting is 5.4% more than in countries where voting is optional, which means average. If there is a country where voting is not compulsory, voting percentage may be 60%. But if there is a country where the voting is compulsory, the voting percentage increases by 5.4%. So, what is compulsory voting? Number one, it is not something illegal because voting can be made compulsory. Because if you can be forced to pay tax, if you can be forced to wear seat belt, if you can be forced to wear the helmet, you can be definitely forced to vote because it is for the larger public interest. And for the larger public interest in a democracy, you can be forced to do something. Aaron Lippert, in desperation, he said we should go for compulsory voting. Why? Because he saw two problems plaguing modern democracies, affecting modern democracies. One is the voters' apathy, and the other is the declining legitimacy of the government. And to tackle both of them, we need to force people to vote. And when people are forced to vote, the money power in elections will reduce. Criminalization of politics will reduce. And at the same time, this government will be catering to all, not just a select group of people, not just select group of caste or classes, but will cater to all because everybody is now your target group. And there are 14 countries in the world where voting is compulsory. Australia, Belgium, Brazil, Peru, these are the examples. And it does increase the voter percentage because people come out in large numbers and vote because it is compulsory on them. But there was a report published by International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. It suggested that this compulsory voting was a dying phenomena in Western Europe. Dying phenomena in the sense there were countries which had compulsory voting in place. Now, what they have done, either they have stopped enforcing compulsory voting or they have eradicated compulsory voting, abolished compulsory voting. Why? Because they say it is very difficult to implement. And when it is very difficult to implement, that is why either they have stopped enforcing compulsory voting or they have passed a law to make voting optional. Why? Because according to this organization, it is a dying phenomena. Spain, Italy, Netherlands have had compulsory voting at some places, at some times, but now they've decided to make voting optional. Chile in 2012, Fiji in 2014, Greece in 2000. They have either removed compulsory voting or have stopped enforcing compulsory voting. Why? Because they say it is very, very difficult to implement. Why difficult to implement? When you impose penalty, for example, LK Advani, Mr. Advani said previously, if there are people who don't come out and vote, we should struck off their name from the electoral rolls. That means we should penalize them that in the next election you cannot vote. That should be the penalty. Or penalty should be that fine should be imposed on you. Or maybe the penalty should be that you will be jailed. Do we have jails in India which can house 50 crore population which do not vote in the elections? So it is very difficult to enforce. And even if penalty is imposed on you because you're not voting, then what do? I have to register myself as the voter. I'm not registering myself as the voter. Because if I register myself as the voter, voting is compulsory on me. But if my name is not in the electoral rolls, voting is not compulsory for me. Why? Because I'm not a voter. So, one thing that people have been doing in Greece, people have been doing in Spain, Italy, Netherlands, since voting is compulsory and voting was compulsory, then what people did, they quickly, slowly, and steadily started coming out of the electoral rolls. They were not renewing their names on the electoral rolls. They were disappearing from the electoral register. So then what is the issue? What is the primary motive to enforce compulsory voting? To tackle voters' apathy? Now you are going to exacerbate, you're going to enhance this voters' apathy. Why? Because now, previously, people were there on the voter list, but they were not voting. Now the voters' apathy would reach to such a level that people will stop registering themselves in the electoral rolls. That is problem number one. And there are others who say not only will it lead to people disappearing from the electoral rolls, it will also spoil the entire election process because these people will vote randomly. Randomly, in the sense, I'll give you the example of Australia, where there was a practice of donkey vote. What is this donkey vote? In Australia, voting is compulsory. Let's say this is the candidate and this is the symbol of that party. Name of the candidate A, B, C, D. This is the symbol. And now you have to press the vote. Listen to me carefully. Compulsory voting. Should it be implemented or should it not be implemented? To be or not to be, in the words of Shakespeare. Should it be implemented? Should it not be implemented? There are some who say should be implemented. Why? Because it is not illegal. More than 14 countries in the world have compulsory voting as practice. Number two, in larger public interest, it can be implemented. You can be forced in a democracy. Third, it will reduce the voters' apathy. It will enhance the legitimacy of the modern democracies and governments. It will reduce, if not eradicate, but it will surely reduce the money power in the elections. It will force political parties to set up clean candidates contesting the election. It will increase the engagement of the voters with the democratic process. These seven advantages make voting compulsory. But there are others who say don't make voting compulsory. Why? Because if you force people to vote, they will find a way. And what is the way? They will stop registering themselves with the election commission. They will stop registering their names in the electoral register. So we thought we will decrease voters' apathy, but instead we will increase voters' apathy where people will not even register themselves in the electoral register. Second, what are the costs? Can you jail all these people who are not voting? And do you have more than 50 crore capacity jails in India? If not, then how are you going to implement compulsory voting? It is very difficult to implement. That is why International Institute for Electoral Assistance, it says that compulsory voting is now a dying phenomena in Western Europe. Netherlands, Spain, Italy, they had compulsory voting in place previously. Now they had made voting optional because it is difficult to enforce. Similarly, Greece, Fiji, Chile, in recent years, they have stopped enforcing compulsory voting because it is difficult to implement. And even if you force people to vote, they will spoil the election system. How? Donkey vote in Australia. What is this donkey vote? In Australia, voting is compulsory. And close to voting percentage is 95%. 95% people turn out to vote. So what about remaining 5? If voting is compulsory, voting percentage should be 100. But there are those who are not in Australia. They will not be forced to vote. There are those who are in hospital, who are aged, who are infirm, who cannot move. They are excluded. Whatever else is left, whoever else is left, they have to vote. But then analysis was done in Australia and we saw that donkeys are getting elected to parliament. Who are these donkeys? Donkeys are individuals who have absolutely no chance of winning the election. Dumb candidates whom nobody would have voted for. But even these donkeys are getting elected to the parliament. Why? Because their name appears at serial number 1 on electronic voting machine. How? If voting is compulsory, this is like a burden on me and I have to quickly resolve this burden. So what I will do first thing in the morning, today is the polling day, I will rush to the polling booth, press the first button on the electronic voting machine, and then go and spend the rest of my day at a restaurant, at a pub, or at a hill station, because this burden on me to compulsorily vote, I have to be done with this burden. So I quickly go to the polling booth, press the first button on the electronic voting machine, and then go. And ultimately, we saw in Australia that donkeys were getting elected. This was known as donkey vote. Just because your name appeared at serial number 1 of the electronic voting machine, you got elected. That means the another problem with compulsory voting is not only that you are criminalizing voting, non-voting, or that you are imposing punishment or penalties on those who do not vote. If you force people to vote, those who have absolutely no idea about democracy, those who have absolutely no idea about political parties, today if I'm voting, I will carefully go, I will make an informed choice. I will see who are these candidates, who is a better suitable candidate to be elected from my constituency. What is his promise? What is her promise? What are they trying to do? Then I will make my decision and vote. But if there are others who have absolutely no idea about this, they are always on Netflix or Amazon Prime, and they have absolutely no idea what political parties promise and not promise and what they have delivered in the past. I will randomly go to a polling booth, press the button, and then vote for the candidate. I will spoil the electoral system. But perhaps the most important objection to voting, non-voting, is that it will criminalize non-voting. Whatever one's views on the duty and right to vote, there is something deeply problematic about punishing non-voting. Democracy is about choice. You can't force people to come out and vote. I live in a democracy, and I also have the right to disengage from the system. I don't care who is going to be the chief minister. I don't care who is going to be the prime minister or a minister. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. People like me, is there no place, no space for people like me? The government gives me nothing. Instead, I pay tax to the government. I go to a private hospital. I go to a private school. I go to a private college. I get no benefit from the state. It doesn't matter to me who the government is, what are their policies, what are their programs. I want to disengage from the system. I want to live in my very small world, just with just the students and me. I don't care about the government. For example, for people like me, is there no space in India? No space in a democracy? How can you force people to vote in a democracy? And if this question is asked in the examination, for that there is a conclusion which you can write. Democratic participation is a laudable value. People should participate in democracy. It's basically a good thing. But a flourishing democracy requires a variety of dispositions, including an option of disengagement. I want to disengage from the system. I don't care. Voting is an important duty, but giving the state coercive power, ostensibly in the name of saving people from themselves, is undemocratic paternalism. The government telling me, no, you vote, beta, you vote. This is for your benefit. Who are you? And then punishing me, making me a criminal because I did not vote. This is giving too much power to the state, too much coercive power to the state. It is like the state is now becoming my father and telling me what is right, what is wrong. This is not democracy. This is undemocratic paternalism. Voting must remain an act of choice, not propelled by coercion, not propelled by inducement. Neither should state coerce me to vote, nor should the political parties and their candidates induce me, bribe me to vote. Both these are equally wrong. That is compulsory voting. So, should voting be made compulsory? There is a strong argument, yes, make it compulsory. There is an equally strong argument, don't make it compulsory. And then give your conclusion. This is your conclusion. Any questions? Let me know. Questions, if any, let me know fast. Voting apathy means voters are not caring at all. They don't care, they don't vote. No questions, sir. Okay. Now, there are some direct democratic devices. What are these direct democratic devices? India is a representative democracy where people elect their representatives and these representatives make law, and through this law, the people are governed. But there are some devices which are present in some democracies which give some direct democratic flavor to these democracies. What are these flavors? Such as right to recall. Sunny Paji, Sunny Deol, elected in 2019, defeated a very important, significant, and well meaning and also a well represented individual in the Gurdaspur constituency in Punjab. But after that, Sunny Deol is not seen anywhere. He is there on Kapil Sharma show, but not in his constituency. He is there promoting his son's movie or Gadar 2, but inside parliament, he's not doing any Gadar, which ultimately means we elected an individual, but maybe now we are regretting that we should not have elected this individual. Should there be, and is there a mechanism to recall that candidate? Just like you buy a course, online classroom program at Byju's, you don't like this course, you have the option of refund. Within 15 days, tell us whether you are liking the classes or not, or whether it is helpful to you or not. If not, please take your money back. But there is no refund policy when it comes to electing the candidates. We elected Sunny Deol, but he's not seen. Govinda, for example, previously, he made a transition from hero number one to Neta number one, and he got elected from one Mumbai constituency. And then he wept. He wept so hard. Madam Gandhi, you should become the prime minister. Because in 2004, when Congress party almost won the election, now the question was whether Sonia Gandhi would become the prime minister or not. She gave a speech to his elected members and said, I am listening to my conscience. I will not become the prime minister. Various leaders of Congress party wept, Manishankar Iyer, even Govinda. So Govinda was seen weeping and begging before Sonia Gandhi that you become the prime minister. After that, he did not visit the parliament at all. That is why there are some democracies which provide for right to recall, which means if your term is 5 years, but once the half of the term is over, that means 2.5 years are over. If the voters want, they can recall that candidate who is unsuitable to represent them. That means once you petition the Election Commission of India that we need to recall Sunny Deol, election will take place in that constituency. If more than half of the voters say yes, Sunny Deol should be recalled, that means Sunny Deol will be removed as the member of the parliament from Lok Sabha. Fresh election will be conducted in that constituency. This is what we call a right to recall. But we don't have right to recall at the national level, at the state level. You are elected for 5 years, then you can regret, but you cannot have the power to recall Sunny Deol or Govinda or other candidates. So there is no right to recall at the national level, at the state level. But we have right to recall at the local level. At Panchayati Raj institutions in some states. For example, Rajasthan, for example, Chhattisgarh, for example, in Bihar as well, there is right to recall at the panchayat level, because all the Panchayati Raj institutions are established based on the law passed by the state legislature. So Karnataka will have its own law, Chhattisgarh will have its own law, Rajasthan will have its own law. And some of the state governments, some of the state legislatures have provided right to recall at Panchayati Raj institutions. Once half the term is over, if people are not satisfied with their representative in the panchayat, they can petition the state election commission. Fresh election will be held, and if more than half of the people, those who vote, they vote in favor of recalling this candidate, this representative will be recalled. So this is like a direct democracy. Direct democracy where all of us are now participating again to recall a candidate. That is right to recall. And there are people who say it should be implemented. For example, Anna Hazare in India's India Against Corruption movement, he said right to recall should be provided to the people. We should have the option of recalling the candidates whom we have elected. It will basically make these elected representatives more accountable. It will force political parties to set up clean candidates and serious candidates. I know my candidate is insincere, is not sincere, but I don't care. Why? Because I know this individual will be in a position to win the election. After he wins the election, then in the next elections, I will replace him with someone else. How will people know? People have a short life. But if the political parties know that these candidates, once they complete half of their term, they can also be replaced, they can be recalled by the people of that constituency. It will force the political parties to set up clean candidates, serious candidates, and will make these candidates accountable to the public. They will regularly visit the representatives of their constituencies. Because today, you are electing me for a 5 year term. I will come back to you after 5 years. Please vote for me again. People will say, where were you all these years? I said, I was here, but you didn't see me. But whatever it is, if right to recall is there, I will have to regularly, periodically visit my constituency and ask people, what is your concern? Because I know once the half the term is over, they can recall me. That is why I have to take care of their interests. It will make me accountable to my constituency. But there are others who say no, including Law Commission. It is not in favor of right to recall because they say it leads to access of democracy. Drinking water, is it good for health or bad? We should drink 5 liters of water every day or 2 liters of water every day. But what if somebody drinks 10 liters of water every day? You're not at your desk, you are in the restroom. Access of everything is bad. Access of democracy is also bad. Because what it will do, I, as a candidate, I will not focus on the government. I will not focus on the governance. I will focus on my constituency members. Why? Because I know at any point in time they can recall me. There will be instability in the government as well. So we thought anti-defection law is required because we need the government to be stable. But now we will lead to instability of the government if right to recall is implemented. Because after every 2.5 years, there will be these right to recall elections, which means then India would be in a continuous loop of elections, elections after elections, every now and then. And ultimately, it will lead to access of democracy, it will lead to instability of the government, and ultimately, Law Commission of India is not in favor of this, saying it will also lead to abuse and misuse of right to recall. But what is right to recall? If you're elected for 5 year term, half of the term is over. If you have failed to live up to the expectations of your people, instead of people waiting for the next election, they will recall you right there that you are no longer our representative and they will elect someone else. There are some who say it is a good thing, there are some who say it's a bad thing. What is good about right to recall? It will make representatives accountable. It will force political parties to set up clean candidates, serious candidates. And after all, it is people's will. But there are others, such as the Law Commission, which says it will lead to access of democracy. It is liable to be misused or abused. It will lead to instability in the government. And that is why we are not in favor of right to recall. But do we have right to recall at the national level or the state level? No. But we have right to recall in some states at the local level in Panchayati Raj institutions and municipalities. This is right to recall. Then there is something called referendum. What is referendum? As the name suggests, government refers a matter to the public. And this matter is any matter. Any matter can be a social matter, a political matter, an economic matter, a foreign policy matter. For example, universal basic income. One way of tackling unemployment in India or poverty in India is a concept known as universal basic income, which has not been implemented yet, but it's a concept. And it is closely linked to the Nyay program or Nyay scheme, which is the promise of the Congress party that if we come to power in 2014, we will implement Nyay, which is basically one form of universal basic income. And what is this universal basic income? Regardless of what your economic status is, every single individual in India will be given this minimum basic income. This income you can use because, for example, I am in a job which does not pay me well, but I want to upskill myself. I want to go for higher education, but I can't because I don't have money. If I lose my job, I lose my money. If this universal basic income is provided to me, it will help me support myself, and at the same time I will upskill myself. I will further study so that I can be a responsible citizen of the society. Universal basic income, whether it should be implemented or not, if the government wants, it can refer this matter to the public, asking the views of the public on this matter. Should there be a universal basic income implemented in India? If the majority says yes, the government will have to implement universal basic income. If the majority says no, the government need not implement universal basic income. For example, the referendum was conducted in UK, where the question that government referred to the public, should we stay in European Union or not? 51% of the voters said no, we should come out of European Union. 49% said yes, we should stay with European Union. But the majority said we should come out of European Union, and Britain came out of European Union. This is the referendum. But we don't have a system of referendum in India. Once we have elected the people, we can hold them accountable only in the next election. They can't come to us, they don't come to us, although they should. There should be a system of referendum in India where on important matters, the government should refer this matter to the public, asking the views of the public on this matter, whether we should go for EWS reservation or not, whether we should go for uniform civil code or not, whether we should go for universal basic income or not, whether right to drinking water should become a fundamental right or not. These matters should be referred to the people by the government, but we don't have a system of referendum. And the problem with referendum is that it can also be misused. Misused in the sense, when the referendum was conducted in Britain, where the government asked and referred this matter to the people of Britain whether we should come out of European Union or not, 51% people said we should come out of European Union. Then after a few days, Google released its search results. Search results in the sense the Google released data. What are people searching for in United Kingdom? Majority of the people searching were, what is European Union? But you already voted and said we should come out of European Union. Now you are searching what is European Union? Or before your vote, you search for what is European Union, which basically means you were not very clear about when you voted to come out of European Union. But this is what referendum is. Referendum is government can refer any matter to the public, asking the views of the public on this matter. But if this any matter is only one political matter, listen to me carefully, only one political matter, which is also known as right to self-determination, that is known as plebiscite. What is plebiscite? Government referring a matter. And what is this matter? Only political matter. And this matter is known as the right to self-determination. That is known as plebiscite. What is plebiscite? For example, something that United Nations promised. United Nations resolution said that we will have plebiscite in Jammu and Kashmir. And in plebiscite, only one matter is referred to the public. Not economic matter, not social matter, just one matter, which is a political matter. Do you want to stay with India or do you want to stay with Pakistan? This matter is known as plebiscite. That means plebiscite is also like a referendum, where the government is referring a matter to the public, asking the public to vote on this matter. But if this matter is any matter, social matter, economic matter, then it is known as a referendum. But if it is a political matter, known as right to self-determination, where your political ideology will change, your political allegiance will change, where today you are Indian, tomorrow you will become Pakistani, or you are a Pakistani and tomorrow you will become Indian. This matter, only political matter, if it is referred by the government to the people, that is known as plebiscite. But then another matter is referendum is when the government is referring a matter to the public, asking the public to vote on this matter. Initiative is if the matter is initiated by the public and public is referring a matter to the government. For example, people will take the initiative in India and we will present to the government that right to save drinking water should be made part of fundamental rights chapter. That means this matter we have initiated, the people have initiated, that this matter, right to safe drinking water, right to sanitation, should be made part of fundamental rights chapter. If this initiative is handled, if this initiative takes place where more than 50% of the people are voting, and out of this voting, if the majority are in agreement saying the right to safe drinking water should also be made part of fundamental rights chapter, it is binding on the government to implement this initiative. Long story short, there are some direct democratic devices. We are an indirect democracy. We are a representative democracy. But in some representative democracies, in some indirect democracies, there are some direct democratic devices as well. For example, the right to recall, which we see in Switzerland. For example, the referendum, which we also see in Switzerland. For example, initiative. For example, plebiscite. But no country today provides for plebiscite. Plebiscite in the sense where you can decide to come out of that state, to come out of that country. That is something which is not provided by any constitution. Plebiscite is government referring a matter to the public, but this matter is only a political matter. Whether you want to stay with us or you want to join another country. On this matter alone, which is known as right to self-determination, that's what we call plebiscite. But what is initiative? Initiative is taken by the citizens. And people are asking the government, implement this measure, implement this policy, implement this program. For example, if it is referendum, where the government is asking the people, should we implement universal basic income? If it was initiative, then this matter will come from the public. Public will take this initiative and ask the government, please implement universal basic income. But in India, there is no such thing as referendum or plebiscite or initiative. But there is right to recall, but present only at the local level in Panchayati Raj institutions and municipalities, but only in some states, not in all the states. Is that clear? Referendum was used in India when Parliament sent the bill for public opinion. So, isn't the same device which is used in direct democracy? Referendum then becomes binding on the government. But here, the opinion that you are giving on a particular bill, it's not binding on the parliament. Okay, let's take a break. Let's meet at 7:50. See you on the other side of the break. Is plebiscite binding? Yes, it is. Let's continue and look at what is a political party, who are the national and state political parties. Now, a group of people who come together with the principal objective of forming a government, that entity is known as a political party. There are various organizations. Their principal objective is to capture political power through democratic means. That means a group of people who come together, they contest elections, fight elections, and through elections, their principal objective is to form the government. Their principal objective is to capture the political power and govern the country. That entity is known as a political party. Clear? Now, all these political parties, they should be registered with the Election Commission of India. For example, if a political party wants to contest elections and get benefits from Election Commission of India, such political parties should be registered with the Election Commission of India. And these are what we know as registered political parties. But over a period of time, some of these registered political parties are recognized by Election Commission of India, recognized as a national political party or a state political party. What does that mean? A group of people who come together. What is their objective? To contest elections, to fight elections. And through this contesting of elections, what they want to do, they want to capture political power, they want to form the government. Such a group is known as a political party. Now, this political party, if it wants benefits from Election Commission of India, and I will tell you what are these benefits. If you want to get benefited from Election Commission of India, you have to register with the Election Commission of India. All those political parties which are registered with the Election Commission of India are known as registered political parties. But some of these registered political parties, if they meet certain conditions, if they meet some criteria, tomorrow they can be recognized as the political party by Election Commission of India. So some of these registered political parties become recognized political parties, recognized as either a state political party or a national political party. Now, what is the criteria for declaring a party as the state political party? Clear? Let's say, for example, we have Aam Aadmi Party, a new political party which was formed out of India Against Corruption movement. Now, this Aam Aadmi Party is a political party because it wants to contest elections, and through elections, it wants to capture political power, it wants to form the government. It registered itself with the Election Commission of India. Now, Aam Aadmi Party was a registered political party. If Aam Aadmi Party meets some criteria, it will become a recognized political party. But where? For example, in Delhi. How can Aam Aadmi Party become a state political party in Delhi? For that, it has to meet some conditions. Which are these conditions? Condition number one: if it secures 6% of the valid votes polled in the state at the general election and also wins 2 seats. For example, Delhi Assembly elections is conducted. If Aam Aadmi Party gets 6% of all the votes in this election and also gets 2 seats to the Legislative Assembly of Delhi, it becomes a state political party of Delhi. It's a recognized political party of Delhi. It's a recognized state political party of Delhi. If not this condition, then another condition. If it secures 6% of the valid votes to Lok Sabha, also wins 1 seat from that state. Now, if it is not the Delhi Legislative Assembly elections, if it is the general election, Lok Sabha election, and Aam Aadmi Party is contesting elections from Delhi, it is contesting in Delhi, and all the votes which are polled in Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party gets 6% votes, but not in Legislative Assembly election. but in Lok Sabha election. And at the same time, if it gets one seat from Delhi, it's a state political party in India. It's a registered political party in Delhi. If not this, if it wins 3% of seats in the Legislative Assembly or 3 seats, whichever is more. What does that mean? For example, there is a state with 100 seats. A political party AAP contesting election. If it wins 3 seats out of 100 or 3%, whichever is more, then Aam Aadmi Party becomes a recognized political party in that state. That means in terms of seats, forget about vote share. If you are contesting Legislative Assembly election in Delhi, for example, I started a political party and I contested elections in Karnataka. Now elections will be held in Karnataka. I will start a political party. If in this Legislative Assembly election, I get 6% of the votes in Karnataka, and I also get 2 seats in the Legislative Assembly of Karnataka, I become the recognized state political party of Karnataka. But if it is not a Legislative Assembly election, it's a Lok Sabha election. If I get 6% of the valid votes polled in Karnataka, and I will also get 1 seat from Karnataka in Lok Sabha, I become a recognized political party of Karnataka. If not, just look at the seat share. Of all the seats in Karnataka, if I get 3% of the seats or 3 seats, whichever is more, I become a recognized political party in Karnataka. If not, if I win 1 seat in Legislative Assembly for every 25 seats, then I become a recognized political party in Karnataka. For example, in UP, we have 80 seats. For every 25 seats, if I get 1 seat, which means I should get 3 or more seats. If I get 3 or more seats in UP, because I should get the fraction of 1 seat for every 25 seats, there are 80 seats. If I get 3 seats or more seats in UP, I become a recognized political party, state political party of Uttar Pradesh. If not, I square 8% of the valid votes polled in the state, whether it is Lok Sabha election or state legislative assembly election. Various conditions are to be filled. Various conditions are to be fulfilled. I am a political party. Now, why am I a political party? Because we are a group of people. Our principal objective is to capture political power, form the government. I am a political party. If I need benefit from the Election Commission of India, I will register myself with the Election Commission of India. All those political parties which are contesting election, if they are registered with the Election Commission of India, they get the status of a registered political party. But over a period of time, these registered political parties, some of them can be recognized by Election Commission of India. So registered political parties will become recognized political parties, recognized as state political party, recognized as national political party. Now, what is the criteria to be recognized as a state political party? These are the criteria. If it's a legislative assembly election, if I get 6% votes and 1 seat. If not, if it's a Lok Sabha election, if it's a legislative assembly election, 6% seats, 6% votes and 2 seats. If it's a Lok Sabha election, 6% votes and 1 seat. If it's a Lok Sabha election, then 1 seat for every 25 seats. If it's a general election, let's say Lok Sabha election or a state election, I don't get any seats, but I get 8% of the valid votes, then I become a recognized state political party. And if I'm recognized as the state political party in 4 or more states, if I do this performance, if I replicate this performance in 4 or more states, I will become a national political party. A national political party is one if it is recognized in 4 or more states. Now, let's assume for a while that I am not recognized in 4 or more states as the state political party. Then there is a Lok Sabha election. Now, there is a Lok Sabha election. If all my candidates who have contested the election, they get 6% of the total valid votes in 4 or more states, and the party has 4 MPs in the last Lok Sabha polls, which means I am contesting election. This is for the first time I am contesting the election. I am not a recognized state political party in 4 or more states. This is the first time I am contesting the election. And if I'm contesting the election in the entire country and throughout the country where my candidates are contesting, if they get 6% of the votes and they get 4 MPs, I am a national political party. Or if it has won 2% of the total seats in Lok Sabha from at least 3 states. If there are 3 states, state 1, state 2, state 3. In state 1, there are 10 seats, there are 100 seats, or there are 20 seats. For every state, I get 2% of the seats. Then I become a recognized national political party, which means all registered political parties over a period of time, they can be recognized by Election Commission of India as a recognized state political party or a recognized national political party. If a political party is recognized as a state political party in 4 or more states, it is recognized as a national political party because you have a presence at the national level now. If you're not recognized as a state political party in 4 or more states, but what you do, you contest Lok Sabha election, and all the candidates who are contesting elections on your ticket, if your candidates get at least 6% of the votes, but in 4 states, at least 4 states, and you also get 4 MPs to Lok Sabha, you are a recognized national political party. If not, then from 3 states, you should get 2% of the seats. Of all the seats in that state, 2% are with you. Of all the seats in another state, 2% seats are with you. In all the other states, all the seats, 2% are with you. Then you are a national political party. But what is the benefit? What is the benefit if a political party is recognized? Recognized as a state political party or recognized as a national political party? If a political party is treated as a recognized political party in 4 or more states, it shall be known as national party throughout the whole of India. And what is the benefit? Congress party has a symbol, which is the hand. BJP has the symbol, which is lotus. And previously, I've told you what is the significance of this symbol. Symbol is very important because people identify your political party with your symbol. This symbol you can use in all the elections throughout the country. For example, Samajwadi Party. What is the symbol of Samajwadi Party? Cycle. What is the symbol of Chandrababu Naidu's Telugu Desam Party in Andhra Pradesh? Cycle. So if Samajwadi Party is also contesting elections in Andhra Pradesh, what symbol will be given to Samajwadi Party? Some other symbol. Why some other symbol? Because in the state of Andhra Pradesh, we already have a state political party, which is Telugu Desam Party, which has symbol as cycle. But if it is a Congress party, whether you contest in Andhra Pradesh or you contest in Nagaland, where Nagaland you got no seats, even then you can use your hand symbol. BJP till recently had no presence whatsoever in Northeast. But all the candidates of the BJP contesting elections in Northeast will have the lotus symbol. Why? Because this symbol is recognized for you throughout the country. That is benefit number one. Benefit number two, you are also provided free space in television and radio stations. Free space in the sense, to get your election campaign, you will have to pay for it. For example, you have to pay money so that your advertisement can be broadcast on the TV or the radio stations. But if you are a recognized political party, recognized as a national political party, you get free airtime on Doordarshan and All India Radio. That means on All India Radio, without having to pay anything, you can have your election propaganda, you can campaign for your elections. Similarly for Doordarshan, all recognized national political parties. Plus, you get access to electoral rolls. All those who are the registered voter in this constituency, in all the 543 constituencies, all this electoral roll is given to these recognized national political parties. You can use this. Similarly, these recognized political parties are also given prime land for constructing of their offices. Prime land is given to them at important cities for the construction of your offices. That's the benefit of a recognized political party. Not just that, there are some known as star campaigners. Who are these star campaigners? For example, when elections are announced, all the political parties, they have to give a list of star campaigners to the Election Commission of India. If I'm a recognized political party, I can give 40 star campaigners. If it's a registered political party, then they can have only 20 star campaigners. What is the star campaigner? If I'm contesting election from this constituency, listen to me carefully. If I'm contesting election from this constituency, there is a limit to the amount of money I can spend. For example, if it's a Lok Sabha constituency, I can spend 70 lakh rupees for elections. And whatever I have spent, I have to make an account of it. I have to mention where I have spent this money. And after the elections, I have to give this detail to the Election Commission of India. That for printing, this much amount I have spent. For food, this much amount I have spent. For loudspeakers, this is the amount I have spent. For television advertisements, for newspaper advertisements, this is the amount that I have spent. And I am restricting myself to 70 lakh rupees. But what if there is a star campaigner like Mr. Modi? He's a star campaigner of the BJP, listed by the BJP as its star campaigner. When Mr. Modi comes to my constituency to ask people to vote for me, then the chopper costs of Mr. Modi, will it be added to my election expense? Food for Mr. Modi, travel expenses of Mr. Modi, will it be added to my election expense? No. That means star campaigners are allowed to campaign for political parties. Even if they campaign in a constituency from which I am contesting, your expenses as the star campaigner will not be added to my expenses list. That means I have to spend 70 lakh rupees in this constituency. On this 70 lakh rupees will not be included the cost of the star campaigner. And a registered, recognized national or state political party, they can have 40 star campaigners. That means all these 40 star campaigners, whatever money they spend, will not be added to the expenses list of the candidates. But a registered political party, they will have only 20 star campaigners. That is the benefit for a recognized political party. And how many recognized national political parties do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. National People's Party was the first party from Northeast to get the status of a national political party, led by Mr. Conrad Sangma, who is going to be now the Chief Minister of Meghalaya. Sir, what about Aam Aadmi Party? Aam Aadmi Party, when it contested elections, it became eligible to be a recognized political party in Delhi. Then it contested election, it became a recognized political party in Punjab. Then it contested election, it became a recognized political party in Goa. When it contested election, it became a recognized political party in Gujarat as well. So Aam Aadmi Party has now fulfilled the criteria that it is a recognized state political party in 4 or more states. And now Aam Aadmi Party will also be given the status of a national political party. But as of now, the status has not been given. Election Commission of India now at any point in time will also announce that Aam Aadmi Party is also now a national political party. So as of now, we have these 8 national political parties. Now, 9th one is going to be the Aam Aadmi Party. So what is a political party? A group of people who contest elections, and through elections, they want to capture political power. They want to form the government. All these political parties, If they want to get benefits from Election Commission, they have to register itself with the Election Commission of India. But over a period of time, some of these registered political parties, if they meet the criteria, they can be recognized as a state political party or a national political party. Samajwadi Party is a state political party in UP. YSR Congress is a state political party in Andhra Pradesh. If YSR wants to contest election in Delhi, it will be given another symbol, not the symbol that it is using in Telangana or in Andhra Pradesh. But if it is a Congress or all these national political parties, they can take up their own symbol and use it throughout the country. They will get free airtime on Doordarshan and All India Radio. They will get free access to the electoral rolls. That is the benefit for a recognized political party. Any questions? Prime land means at an important location in that state, in that city. That is how you will see where is the office of the Congress Party, Ashoka Road. It's a prime location in Delhi. Similarly, the BJP has the office at the prime location. That land is given to political parties to set up their offices. What about BRS led by KCR? It is only in operational in Telangana. It may want to extend to Odisha as well, wherein they have brought in the former Chief Minister of Odisha. But unless and until they fulfill this criteria in 4 or more states, you can't be recognized as a national political party. So Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti is still a regional, state recognized political party. Electoral roll means voter list. Why delay in announcing Aam Aadmi Party as a national political party? That you will have to ask the Election Commission of India. Why is there a delay? Okay. Now, what are the electoral reforms that should be implemented in India? Electoral reform number one. And I told you that all the expenses in my constituency, I have to be within the limit. For example, if it's a Lok Sabha constituency, a big Lok Sabha constituency, I have to spend under 70 lakh rupees. I can't spend more than that. If I spend more than that, I will be disqualified by the Election Commission of India. Clear? But this expenses account, listen to me carefully. Individual candidates contesting the election, they have a limit that you can't spend beyond the limit prescribed. For a big constituency, 70 lakhs. For a small constituency, 40 lakhs. For legislative assembly, the limit is even less. There is no limit on the spending by political parties. There is a limit to the amount of money spent by individual candidates contesting the election. But there is no limit to the amount of money spent by a political party. The biggest electoral reform would be if this limit is imposed. Impose the limit on the amount of money spent by the political parties. Because if there is a political party which is spending more money, which has more money, and it is spending a lot of money, it violates the level playing field, which is must for a democracy. Today, I want to contest elections. I have set up my political party, but I don't have the money like that of the BJP or the Congress, which means I will not have the level playing field in contesting this election, which means I will be at a disadvantage. So there are experts who say impose the limit on the political parties, impose the amount of limit on their spending. That is the biggest political reform. So that is reform number one, impose the limit on political parties contesting the election. That's number one. Number two, there is a limit to the amount of money I can spend as an individual in my elections, right? That means whatever money I am spending, it should be mentioned in the expenses account, known as the electoral expenses account. And this electoral expenses account I have to give to Election Commission of India after elections. Basically, you have to mention everything that you have spent. This is the amount of money that I've spent on advertisement. This is the amount of money that I've spent on petrol and diesel. This is the amount of money that I've spent on stationery. This is the amount of money that I've spent on food. Whatever money you have been spending, you have to mention an account of that. And after the results are declared, you have to submit this account with the Election Commission of India. But when do I prepare this electoral expenses account? From the date of filing nominations to the declaration of results. Listen to me carefully. Lok Sabha election in 2019 was conducted in 9 phases. First phase, ninth phase. After the phase is over, you have the election, you have the date of filing nomination papers. I filed my nomination papers because my constituency will vote in the first phase. If my constituency will vote in the ninth phase, the date of nomination is afterwards, much later. That means first phase is over, second phase is over, third phase is over, fourth, fifth, sixth phase is over. Now my nomination papers time filing is announced. Now I will file my nomination papers. And from the time I file my nomination papers till the declaration of results, in this period, whatever money I spent, I have to maintain an electoral expenses account and then give this account to the Election Commission of India. If I have spent within the limit, I'm safe. If I have violated this limit, that means I have spent more than what was prescribed for me, I will be disqualified. And I will be disqualified for 3 years. Which means if I have maintained an electoral expenses account and I have showed that 70 lakh rupees I have spent, now I have deposited this electoral expenses details with the Election Commission of India. Election Commission of India checks all these details. But then Election Commission of India also checks there was a favorable article in Times of India regarding you. That is basically paid news. Sir, what is paid news? You basically paid that journalist to have a favorable article written for you. No, I did not say that. I did not pay them anything. No, you have paid. This is a paid news. And you have not mentioned this expenditure in your electoral expenses account, which means you have spent lakhs and lakhs of rupees, 1 crore rupees on paid news, where journalists are writing favorable articles for you. Imagine a situation. This is a newspaper advertisement. I have to pay 70 lakh rupees to get this newspaper advertisement, or 15 lakh rupees to get this newspaper advertisement. But instead, what I do, I give journalists the money. You have a favorable article written on me. It will be like that advertisement. Just that I won't call it advertisement. It's like the article written by a journalist. Election Commission of India realized that there is a menace known as paid news, where candidates contesting the election, they pay the journalists to have favorable articles written for them when elections are going on. And you have to include this in your electoral expenses account. And since you have failed to include this in your electoral expenses account, which means you have violated the 70 lakh limit imposed by law on you, you are disqualified. Disqualified for next 3 years. That means for the next 3 years, you cannot contest the election. That means your seat is now vacant. Someone else will have to fill the seat. You cannot contest election. You are disqualified to contest election for 3 years. But sir, what is the problem? What is the reform that you're suggesting? The problem is when my constituency is voting in the ninth phase. Do you know when do I start spending this money? I start spending this money right from the first phase. Right when the election dates are announced by the Election Commission of India, I start spending the money. But whatever money I spend in the first phase, second phase, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, this money is not to be counted. This money is not to be included. And the bulk of this money I spent in these phases. It is only when the ninth phase date of nomination is opened. From that date, whatever I spend, I have to maintain an electoral expenses account. But the majority of the money I am spending even before the dates of filing of nomination papers are announced. Which means in this phase, I spent 10 crore rupees or 5 crore rupees or 1 crore rupee. And after the nomination papers are to be filed, till the declaration of results, I spent within the limit 70 lakhs, 60 lakhs. I tell them I spent only 10 lakh rupees. Reform is that amend the Representation of the People Act, which talks about this electoral expenses. Amend Representation of the People Act, Section 33, Clause 7 of the Representation of the People Act, to mean that this electoral expenses account should be maintained from the date election notification is issued till the declaration of results. When the election notification is issued by the president, if it's a Lok Sabha election, by the governor itself, if it's a legislative assembly election, from that date till the declaration of results, whatever money you have been spending, you have to maintain an electoral expenses account. That is reform number 2. And reform number 3, right now you are disqualified only for 3 years. We propose that you should be disqualified for 5 years. Why? So that you are barred from contesting at least the next election as well. Sir, what does that mean? I am elected today. All the expenses that I've made within 6 months of the election, I have to give it to the Election Commission of India. So this is 6 months are over. Now, Election Commission may take 6 more months to identify any loophole in your election expenses. So it will take a year total. Now, if you're disqualified, if you have failed to maintain this electoral expenses account, if you have not shared it with Election Commission, or if you have violated the limit imposed by the law, you'll be disqualified. And you're disqualified for 3 more years. That means for 4 years total. 1 year and then 3 years, which basically means you are eligible to contest the next election. What we are proposing as a reform is to ensure that nobody violates this limit, to ensure that every candidate submits this electoral expenses account with Election Commission of India. If you are disqualified, you should be disqualified for 5 years. That means within 6 months, you have to submit your account. If you have violated the limit, you should be disqualified for 5 years, which means 6 months, then for 5 years, which means next election, you will not be able to contest. And as a candidate, if I get the sense that if I do not submit this account with Election Commission, or if I do not spend within the limit, I will be disqualified to contest even the next election. So as a political leader, I am out of the public view for 10 years. 10 years in the sense, 5 years I cannot contest election. That means this 5-year term is gone. Next year, 5-year term is also gone. That means for 10 years, I will come out of the public eye. People will not listen to me then. These are 3 important reforms. Reform number 1, impose the limit on the political parties spending the election. Right now, there is no limit, and it violates level playing field, which goes against free and fair elections, which is part of the basic structure of Indian Constitution. Number 2, Section 77 of the Representation of the People Act, regulating the election expenses incurred or authorized by candidates or their agents. This account currently extends from the date of nomination till the date of declaration of results. But the majority of the money you are spending when? Before the filing of nomination papers, in previous phases, from the time election notification is issued. So the reform is this period should be extended by amending Section 77 to apply from the date of notification of elections to the date of the declaration of results. And anybody who violates this should be disqualified for 5 years, so that you are disqualified from contesting at least the next election as well. The disqualification of a candidate if you have failed to lodge this account, or if you have violated the limit, currently it is 3-year period. It should be extended from 3-year period to a 5-year period, so that this defaulting candidate be ineligible to contest at least the next election as well. That's reform number 3. Reform number 4, political parties and their donation electoral bonds. And when we discussed judiciary chapter, there we discussed electoral bonds, that if you don't want to donate money to a political party, go to State Bank of India, buy an electoral bond of 1,000, 10,000, 1 lakh, 10 lakh, 1 crore rupee, and you can donate money to political party and you will remain anonymous. The biggest reform should be abolish these electoral bonds. Why? Because these electoral bonds, they violate the right to know of a voter. As a voter, I want to know who is donating money to which political party. But the electoral bonds are completely anonymous. I have no idea whatsoever who is donating money to which political party. Electoral bonds should be abolished. That is another bigger reform that we can propose. Not just that, we are a democracy where a candidate can contest election from up to 2 seats. Mr. Modi contested from Varanasi and Vadodara. Mr. Rahul Gandhi contested from Amethi and Wayanad. But if Mr. Modi won Varanasi as well as Vadodara, can he be the representative of both the constituencies? No. He has to give up one constituency, which basically means in this new constituency which you have given up, fresh elections will have to be conducted. When fresh elections will have to be conducted, that means loss of money, public time. Basically, you are coercing the voters to come out and vote. They will be under fatigue. We just voted. Now you are asking us to vote again. Why is there election after election after election? Just like in courts, there is tariq pe tariq pe tariq. And in India, there are elections, elections, elections. Representation of the People Act should be amended to provide that an individual can contest election from only one constituency. Because when you cannot be the representative of two constituencies at the same time, then what is the point in contesting election from two constituencies? Amend the Representation of the People Act 1951 and allow a candidate to contest election from only one constituency. That is another reform. Fifth reform. Another reform, independent candidates. Mathura is a constituency in UP. Lok Sabha constituency. Ms. Hema Malini is contesting the election. She is from a recognized national political party. Congress will have their own candidate as well. Samajwadi Party, Bahujan Samajwadi Party, Aam Aadmi Party, Rashtriya Lok Dal, any dal for that matter. That means recognized political parties will also set up candidates. Registered political parties will also set up candidates. And now there are independents who are also contesting the election. And who are these independents? When Hema Malini contested election from Mathura, there were 3 other Hema Malinis. What political parties do, if my name is Sarmad Mehraj, I contest from Bengaluru constituency and I'm sure that I will win this election. Congress is worried, BJP is worried, Janata Dal Secular is also worried. What they will do? They will look around and see in my constituency on this electoral roll, because they have access to the electoral roll. In this electoral roll, how many other Sarmad Mehraj are there? Pay them money. Please contest the election. When you are contesting the election, why are you contesting the election? You are basically trying to confuse my voters. Because when the voters will come inside the polling booth, we'll check the electronic voting machine. Sarmad Mehraj, Sarmad Mehraj, Sarmad Mehraj, Sarmad Mehraj. But who is this real Sarmad Mehraj? You're basically confusing the voters. Law Commission of India said independent candidates should be barred from contesting the elections. Why? Because these are dummy candidates meant to confuse the minds of the voters when they come to the polling booth to cast their vote. But whether it should happen or not happen, I don't know, because it violates right to equality under Article 14. But if Law Commission is saying this, there must be some legal background to this. Otherwise, they would not recommend something blatantly unconstitutional to ban independents from contesting the election. But I'm personally not in favor. I think elections should be free for all. Anybody should contest the election. But if the question is asked in the examination, Law Commission of India recommends independents to be barred from contesting the election, you should know that this is a correct statement, because this is the recommendation of the Law Commission. Law Commission of India says Section 4 and 5 of the Representation of the People Act should be amended to provide that only those political parties which are registered with the Election Commission of India, they should be able to contest elections. Independent candidates should not be allowed to contest elections according to Law Commission, but I don't agree. Clear? Some other reform. Simultaneous elections. What do we mean by simultaneous elections? Elections to Lok Sabha and all legislative assembly elections to be conducted at the same time. What does that mean? Right now, elections are held periodically. We have had elections in Nagaland, Tripura, Meghalaya. Now we will have elections in Karnataka. We will have elections in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan. Then we will have Lok Sabha election in 2024. Then we'll have Delhi elections. Then we'll have Maharashtra elections. Then we'll have Jharkhand elections. Then we'll have Tamil Nadu elections. Then we have elections. It is as if we are in a continuous cycle of elections. Elections. The reform suggested by Prime Minister Modi, the reform suggested by Election Commission of India, that there should be simultaneous elections. That means let's have elections to Lok Sabha and all the state assemblies together at the same time. That is what we call simultaneous elections. There are some advantages of this. There are some disadvantages as well. And this is what Mr. Modi calls one nation, one election. But listen to me carefully. This is not something new. Right since the independence of India, elections were held simultaneously to Lok Sabha and all the state legislative assembly elections. Elections were held simultaneously. It was only when in 1971, Srimati Indira Gandhi advised the president that you dissolve the Lok Sabha so that fresh elections can be held. That was a premature dissolution of Lok Sabha. That means Lok Sabha was dissolved before its maturity, before completing 5 years. And that is when the cycle of simultaneous elections, it was broken. After that, we saw the misuse, abuse, overuse of Article 356 of the Constitution, where the state legislatures were elected, but one state legislature was dissolved, president's rule imposed. Another state government was dismissed, president's rule was imposed. And then after some time, fresh election was conducted in these states. That means now all the states, they will not have the same tenure, in the sense they will not have elections at the same time, because through the misuse of Article 356, we have broken that cycle of simultaneous elections. But now we want to have one nation, one election. What are the advantages? Advantage number one, focus on governance. Ministers at the central level, where are they? Tamil Nadu, Tripura, Meghalaya, Nagaland. Previously, they were in Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Delhi. You are in a continuous cycle of elections, which means the ministers, instead of focusing on the governance, they are focusing on winning the elections. Prime Minister also travels throughout the length and breadth of these elections. More than 50 rallies in Northeast, which basically means you will also not spend more time on governance, you will spend more time on elections. Now, Mr. Modi is the Prime Minister who works 24 hours a day. So if you can spend 6 hours for elections, at least 18 hours you are spending on governance. But not everybody is Mr. Modi. Tomorrow we can have Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Day after we can have Mr. Kejriwal, or for that matter, any other individual, those who will spend more time in elections and less time on governance. Let's have simultaneous elections so that once and for all, we have this period of elections. After that, the remaining time we can focus on governance. Absolute focus on governance. Short focus on governance. No elections will be held anywhere. Not just that, there is negative impact of model code of conduct. As soon as election dates are announced by the Election Commission of India, model code of conduct comes into the picture. When model code of conduct comes into the picture, what is the limitation on a political party in power? It cannot organize a new policy, a new scheme, cannot implement a new policy. But we are in a continuous cycle of election. That means as soon as we have to announce a new policy, elections in Tripura. Now we have announced a policy. Now we need another policy, elections in Karnataka. Now we need another policy, but elections in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh. Now we need a policy, Lok Sabha election. Now we need a policy, Delhi election. We are in a continuous cycle of elections. And model code of conduct, it does hamper governance because you can't implement a new policy, start a new program, withdraw money from discretionary grants. Why can't we have model code of conduct once for the entire country? So for the remaining time, let's focus on governance. Similarly, limit on caste and communal conflict. Unfortunately, just before elections, we see Hindu Muslim issues, caste issues. Unfortunately, are political parties indulging in this primarily because they want to win an election? Perhaps yes. That is how Tipu Sultan is now again in the news. That is how Tipu Sultan will always be in the news in 5 years. And if Tipu is in the news in Karnataka, there will be another Jipu in news in Rajasthan. Caste conflict, communal conflict. Why can't we have elections once? Let's say this election will take 2 months, the entire process. And in this 2 months, we will have the burden of caste and communal conflict. So that for the remaining 4.5 years, the governments can focus on governance. The governments can focus on what they are meant to focus on and not indulge in caste and communal conflict. So let's have this caste and communal conflict if it is necessary for elections, unfortunately, but let's have it only once. Let's not do it repeatedly throughout the year. Money and time saving. We need to spend money on electronic voting machines. I'm not talking about the money used by corporates to fund political parties. I'm not even worried about them. They should be worried about it. I'm not. But I'm worried about the money, your money, my money, which is there in consolidated fund, which gets used to provide security in these elections, which is used to provide security for the candidates contesting the election, publishing of the electoral roll, EVMs to be transported from one place to another, and not to forget our Jawans, paramilitary troops, CRPF, who are used in large numbers to give security to these polling booths. Why not do it once and be done with this? It will save us money, it will save us time and the resources as well. And also the employees, they can focus on their own work. I told you in the last class who is a presiding officer, basically a government school teacher. So we are forcing this teacher, don't teach ABCD, teach electronic voting machines to the voters, which basically means we are affecting the future of our children as well. Why can't we have them only once in 5 years so that remaining part of the time they can focus on what they are meant to do? All these are advantages of simultaneous elections. One nation, one election. But there are others who say it is unimplementable. And there are others who say this is against federalism. How is this unimplementable? For example, we have elections to Lok Sabha and we have elections to 28 states. If out of 28 states, for 14 states, we have a stable government, whereas one political party has won the election and has now formed the government. And in 14 states, there is a coalition government. There's a coalition government. Done. At the center, we have a stable government for 5 years. Here we have stable government for 5 years, but in 14 states, after 2 years, the government resigns. What will happen to these 14 states where after 2 years the government has resigned or the government has collapsed? We need to organize fresh elections again. Should we organize fresh elections again in these 14 states? If yes, then there is no simultaneous election. If no, can we impose president's rule for 3 years in these states? That is why it is unimplementable. Number one. Number two, what if in all the 28 states we have a stable government? But at the Lok Sabha, there is no stable government. No political party is able to form the majority of its own. Should these 28 states sacrifice their stable governments for the interest to have a stable government at the central level? That is why it is unimplementable. Even if it is unimplementable, let's say, for example, we have a government just before 2014 Lok Sabha election. We will have governments, new governments in Madhya Pradesh, in Chhattisgarh, and in Rajasthan. And in 2024 onwards, if we start having simultaneous elections, that means those governments which were elected will be elected only for 6 months. If they have the majority, how can you dissolve them? If they have majority, how can you dissolve them? Council of Ministers hold office during the pleasure of the Legislative Assembly till they enjoy the confidence of the Legislative Assembly. If they have the majority for 5 years, how can you abolish them and then organize fresh elections? So that is why some people say it is unimplementable. But others, they say it is against federalism. Just look at the history. When the cycle of simultaneous elections was broken, because previously till 1971 there used to be simultaneous elections. Till the time there was simultaneous elections, there was one party dominance. Congress at the center, Congress in almost all the states as well. It is only when the simultaneous elections, it got broken, and now we have periodic elections. We saw the emergence of regional political parties. If election is held simultaneously to both Lok Sabha as well as Legislative Assembly, do you know what will happen? National issues will take an advantage, will have a precedence, and local issues will be down in priority. Local issues. People in Jharkhand, they don't want to know what happened to Article 370. They may not want to know about the construction of a Mega Ram temple at Ayodhya. They don't want to know what we did at Balakot or what we did at Uri or what we did with China. They would not want to know. They want to know employment status for their people in Jharkhand, access to tribal areas. Tribal people, they have their own set of problems. But when you see national election and state elections conducted simultaneously, people will be confused whether to vote for a national political party or a state political party, whether to vote on the basis of the national issues or whether to vote on the basis of the state issues. And if this confusion takes place, we will see ultimately regional political parties will be at a disadvantage. The national political parties will be at an advantage because people will confuse national issues with state issues. And if that happens, that is going to be against federalism because we will see regional political parties will lose their significance. And we have discussed, when we discuss federalism, I told you accidental federalism in India. Federalism in India has emerged because of various accidents, and one such accident is the emergence of regional political parties. And now, regional political parties will be the biggest disadvantage when it comes to simultaneous elections. So, one, it is unimplementable. Two, it is against federalism. And third, we have to look at ultimately what people want. Former Chief Election Commissioner Dr. S.Y. Qureshi writes in his book that there are people who say, जब जब देश में चुनाव आता है गरीब के पेट में पुलाव आता है. It's a circular economy. More elections, that means more pamphlets will be published, employment opportunities to people. More elections, more periodic elections, more flags, more advertisements, more employment to the people. More elections, more biryani to the people. Better for them. And if we have periodic elections, which means people will hold their governments accountable. Accountable in the sense, if today there is a policy of the central government and this policy is not accepted by the people, if there is simultaneous elections, I will not care about the impact of the people or the influence of the people or the mindset of the people or the views of the people, because after 5 years I have to go before them. But if it is periodic elections, the BJP government at the center, it will not have that policy which will go against the people, because in the Maharashtra elections, people will vote against the BJP. BJP will not have any policy at the central level if it goes against them in Karnataka assembly elections or Maharashtra or Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh or Rajasthan elections. That means regular elections. Periodic elections means regular accountability of the public or regular accountability of the political class to the public. If there is simultaneous election, I will go before the public every 5 years. And after 5 years, I'll come, please vote for me. But if it is regular elections, after 1 year, I have to go to the people of Karnataka, please vote. Then after some time, go to Chhattisgarh, please vote for us. That means regularly, when you are bringing political class to the people, it increases, enhances accountability. So what do you need? Do you need just to save the money and time? Or do you need more accountability of the political class before the people? If it is latter, then we don't need simultaneous elections. If it is the former, then simultaneous election is the best fix for India. Any questions as of now? Point 3 for a political party. What is point 3 of a political party? Achha. If it is 3% of the seats in legislative assembly at general election to the legislative assembly of the state concerned, or 3 seats in the assembly, whichever is more. Which means, for example, let's say there are 100 seats, or let's say not 100, we can say 50 seats. What is 3% of 50? Close to 1.5. What is 3 seats? So if you want to be recognized as a state political party in that seat, in that state, you should get either 3 seats, if 3 seats is higher than 3% of the seats. 3% of seats or 3 seats, whichever is higher, that you will have to fulfill as a criteria to become a recognized state political party. Sir, how can the expenses of individual candidates differ from a political party? Political party will give the advertisement, for example, vote for Lotus. A candidate will give an advertisement, vote for me. I will have to spend the money for my travel. Political party is not traveling anywhere. I will have to travel from one part of my constituency to another part. That is how there is a difference. Okay. There is another reform which has been suggested for a long time, that there should be something known as state funding of elections. Today, there are corporates who fund political parties in their elections. There are individuals who fund political parties so that these political parties can contest elections. Now, it leads to a situation where some political parties have more money as against others, which disturbs the level playing field, which violates free and fair election, which is also part of the basic structure of the constitution. And there are some who say, let's have state funding of elections. Whether it was Tarkunde Commission, whether it was Dinesh Goswami Committee, has no relation with Arnab Goswami for sure. But whatever it is, Tarkunde Commission or Dinesh Goswami Committee, they all recommended that there should be some form of state funding of elections. State funding of elections in the sense that political parties and their candidates, they should not take money as donation from any corporate, any individual. Stop getting donations from anywhere else. We will fund your election. State will fund your elections. How? We will give you in-kind transfers. We will not give you cash. State will not give you cash. State will give you support in kind. In kind in the sense, you want advertisements in the newspapers, we will pay them to have your advertisements. You want advertisements on All India Radio or Doordarshan or news channels or Star Plus, we will pay them money. You don't have to pay anything. We will support you. That means stop spending money from corporates, stop spending money from individuals, stop taking donations from them. The state will fund these elections. Whatever money you need, we will fund it. But then there were some who said it is going to be costly. Costly, and there would be leakage in the system. Costly and leakage means I, as a political party, will take money from corporates, individuals as well, and then I will take in kind transfers from the state as well. So just because the state will fund your elections, that won't stop these political parties from taking money from corporates. So it is unimplementable. There are others who said it is going to be costly. Costly why? Because tomorrow I don't want to contest elections, but now I want to contest elections. Why? Because I get the benefit. My advertisement will be there in the newspapers. My advertisement will be on Star Plus. My advertisement will be on the Republic TV. So for these reasons, I should contest the elections. That is why there is no clarity on state funding of elections. How do we fund the elections? 33,000 crore was spent in 2019 Lok Sabha election, which is more than the amount of money spent in the US presidential elections. And bulk of this money is coming from corporates. And corporates will give you the money because they would expect something in return. That tomorrow, once you come to power, you will give me a mining lease in Australia. You will give me a mining contract in a particular state. You will tweak your policy in such a manner that my business will get benefited. You will have foreign direct investment in this sector to which I am investing in. That means it is a give and take. You fund my election, I will fund your corporate organization. And this is a menace which has to end. What is the solution? There are two solutions. Solution number one, National Election Expenses Fund. What is this National Election Expenses Fund? Every state will donate money to this fund. Every state, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, what is the amount of money? 100 rupees per voter. 100 rupees per voter, all the state governments will have to deposit in this national election fund, and this money alone will be used for elections, which will be close to 5,500 crores. 5,500 crore is basically 0.05% of the budget. So it's not a big deal altogether. And this money should be then given to political parties. You spend this money for your elections. Apart from that, you cannot spend any money. Or let corporates, because today when you ask corporates, Mr. Adani, Ambani, others, why do you donate money to political parties? They say, see, we don't donate money to political parties. We donate money to deepen democracy, because we want to give back to the people of India. And through political parties, because they represent the people of this country, we want to donate money to them so that they can deepen democracy in India. Please deepen democracy. But don't donate money to a political party directly. Donate to this National Expenses Fund. And then this fund will be used by Election Commission of India to fund political parties. But how? It's like a reimbursement. What is this reimbursement? It's a beautiful system. I contested the election and I got, let's say, 5% of the votes. In proportion to my 5% votes, give me 100 rupees per vote. Reimburse me. Which means all political parties will get that proportion of vote as is their support in the country. If the BJP gets 36% of the votes in India, 36% translates to how many crores of people? For every voter, give 100 rupee to the BJP, and that money can be used by the BJP to contest the next elections. This sort of system should be used so that no political party is allowed to have any account where money is donated by the corporates or private individuals. You wanted money to contest elections? Here is the money that you have. Spend this money. And tomorrow, if you get more support by the people, in proportion to your support, you will get more money as a reimbursement. And this will also force the political parties to set up good candidates so that they can get good number of votes in their elections. So this is the alternative to state funding of elections. Corporates donating money to political parties. It's a sure shot corruption. Why? Because I will not pay money to you unless and until I expect something in return. When I expect something in return, that means these political parties, when they form the government, they will cater to my interests, not to the interests of the people. This has to end. And for that, state should fund the elections. Let's have a national election expenses fund. Let all the states donate money to this fund. For every voter, 100 rupees. Donate this money to the National Election Expenses Fund. And whatever money is there, use that to contest elections, to campaign in the elections. Or let corporates also donate, but donate not to the political party, donate to this fund. And then whatever money is there in the fund, reimburse the political parties based on their votes. For every vote, 100 rupees, reimburse them so that tomorrow they can contest better. So tomorrow they can set up clean candidates, better candidates who can get better support from the people. That is the alternative to state funding of elections. Then we have something called criminalization of politics. What is criminalization of politics? Initially, criminals with criminal past, they were supporting political parties. I am a criminal, a rapist, a murderer, a terrorist. I give money to a political party so that this political party, when it comes to form the government, it will patronize me, it will support me, so that when the police comes to arrest me, political party will say, don't arrest him. and I can do my illegal gambling, smuggling, dacoity, so on and so forth. But very soon, these criminals realize that instead of supporting political parties so that they form the government, why can't we contest elections on our own? And the biggest problem that it led to was lawbreakers were now lawmakers. And this menace continued, where even we had people contesting elections from the jails. So Mr. Atiq Ahmed, Shahabuddin, so many other individuals, they were inside jails, but they were still the representatives of the people. Why? Because there was no ban on the criminals contesting the election. 2013, Lily Thomas versus Union of India. Supreme Court said the moment an individual legislator is convicted and sentenced to 2 or more years in jail, you will be disqualified. That's how Azam Khan was disqualified. That is how his son was disqualified. That is how Mr. Vikram Saini from UP was disqualified. The moment you are sentenced by the court for a term of 2 or more years, you are disqualified. So at least one aspect has been solved. Those who are convicted, they cannot contest elections. And once you are convicted, after your release for 6 years, you cannot contest the election. It's a good thing. But what about those who are accused of heinous crimes? You're not convicted, but you're accused of serious crime of rape, murder, dacoity, corruption. There was a talk that all these accused should also be banned from contesting the election. But we can't do that because it violates the golden rule of criminal justice system, which is you are innocent until proven otherwise. But what Supreme Court has said, Supreme Court has done something important in this matter as well. On a public interest litigation, the Supreme Court has asked all political parties, what you have to do, you have to publish. Where? On your website. Also in 2 prominent newspapers. What you have to publish? You have to publish why. What why? Why did you give ticket to politicians with criminal past? I am giving ticket to a politician. Voters have the right to know what is the educational qualification, how many criminal cases are pending against him, what is the amount of assets in your name and in the name of your spouse. That's how the voter can make an informed choice. But at the same time, we need this accountability from the political party as well. That if you have given a ticket to an individual who is accused of a criminal past, he's not guilty, he's not convicted, but he is accused of a serious crime such as rape, serious crimes such as dacoity, serious crimes such as corruption, serious crimes such as terrorism, serious crimes such as murder. Why did you give ticket to this individual? You had no one else to give ticket to? Why did you give ticket to this individual? Explain this. On your website, mention prominently on your website why you gave ticket to somebody who has a criminal past. And also publish this explanation in 2 prominent newspapers so that you can tell the public why you have given ticket to a candidate with a criminal past. And now the Supreme Court is hearing this matter. Whether those against whom FIR has been filed or whether those against whom the charge sheet has been filed, whether they can be barred from contesting the election. But whether they can be barred or not, we need to tackle this menace of criminalization of politics, where lawbreakers are now lawmakers. One aspect we have taken care of, that those who are convicted, they cannot contest the election. They are disqualified. and they are disqualified from contesting the election 6 years till their release, after their release. But what about those who are accused of criminal activities, criminal crimes? The political parties, if you are giving ticket to these candidates with criminal past, you have to publish the reason why you are giving tickets to them. It is basically you're embarrassing the political party in front of everybody in this country that we are giving tickets to criminals because of these reasons. And the court has said, don't tell us that you are giving them tickets because they are winnable candidates. So you can't give this argument that because they can win the elections and we want to give tickets who can win the elections. Don't give winnability as an argument. Tell us exactly why you are giving tickets to that individual. Apart from the fact that he has the potential to win the election, can't you get someone else to contest these elections? So basically, the court has now embarrassed the political parties that you have to explain to the public why you gave tickets to candidates with criminal past. And this will, over a period of time, help in decriminalizing politics in India. Is that clear? Now, I also told you that we have to discuss two laws related to elections. And we have discussed them, and you did not even realize. Now, let me summarize whatever we discussed regarding these two laws, and then the election topic is over. We have two laws: Representation of the People Act 1950 and the Representation of the People Act 1951. What is Representation of the People Act 1950? It basically talks about four things. Allocation of seats. How many seats do we have in the Rajya Sabha? 250. Current strength is 245. From UP, how many seats do we have in Rajya Sabha? 31. Where is it mentioned? Schedule 4 of the Constitution. How many seats from Telangana are in Rajya Sabha? 7. Where is it mentioned? Schedule 4. But we have 543 seats in Lok Sabha. 80 are from Uttar Pradesh. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1950. We have 2 seats from Daman and Diu and Dadra and Nagar Haveli in Lok Sabha. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1950. How many seats do we have in Vidhan Sabha, Legislative Assembly of Uttar Pradesh? 403. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1950. Because Constitution has not fixed a number. Constitution talks about a range. That means minimum we can have 60 MLAs, maximum we can go up to is 500. For UP, what is the strength? Mentioned in the Representation of the People Act 1950. For Karnataka, what is the strength? Mentioned in the Representation of the People Act 1950. Similarly, Legislative Council in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, Constitution has provided a range. That minimum we can have 40 MLCs, maximum we can go up to is 1/3 of the strength of the Legislative Assembly. But for Karnataka, what is the strength of the Legislative Council mentioned in the Representation of the People Act? That means the first thing that Representation of the People Act 1950 talks about is allocation of seats, whether seats is in Legislative Assembly or Legislative Council or Lok Sabha. Because for Rajya Sabha, it is mentioned in Schedule 4. The second thing that Representation of the People Act talks about is delimitation of constituencies. Now that we know we have 543 constituencies in India, but these 543 constituencies, what is their territory? For Lucknow constituency, which area comes under this constituency? Which area comes under Amethi? Which area comes under Gorakhpur, for example? All this will be mentioned. Where? In the Representation of the People Act 1950. So first thing that RPA 1950 talks about, allocation of seats. Second, delimitation of constituencies. Third, qualification of voters. Voters in the sense, I am qualified to vote provided I have 18 years, provided I am 18 years of age, and my name will be mentioned in this electoral roll. But who will prepare this electoral roll? We have the officers. Who are these officers? At the district level, we have the district election officer responsible for preparing this electoral roll. At the state level, we have the chief electoral roll officer who is responsible for consolidating all these district electoral rolls. And at the central level, we have the chief election commissioner. Preparation of electoral rolls. That is third thing that Representation of the People Act 1950 talks about. And the fourth thing, electoral roll itself. Which means there are four things that is talked about by the Representation of the People Act 1950. Allocation of seats to Lok Sabha, Legislative Assembly, Legislative Council. Delimitation of constituencies, officers responsible for the preparation of electoral rolls, and how these electoral rolls will be prepared. All these four things are mentioned in Representation of the People Act 1950. That's it. So an act to provide for allocation of seats, delimitation of constituencies, qualification of voters at such elections, preparation of electoral rolls, all these things are talked about by whom? Representation of the People Act 1950. But how is the election conducted? For that, we have a law known as Representation of the People Act 1951. When we discussed disqualification, I told you that the members of the parliament, members of the state legislature can be disqualified on the grounds of mental unsoundness, change in the nature of citizenship, undischarged insolvent, office of profit. But additional disqualifications can be prescribed. By whom? By Parliament. How? By passing a law. Has Parliament passed that law? Yes, Representation of the People Act 1951. So you can contest election from up to 2 constituencies. Where is it mentioned? RPN 1951. That you have to maintain an electoral expenses account from the date of filing your nomination papers till the declaration of results. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1951. Who are the presiding officers in the polling booth? Mentioned in this law. Who is the returning officer in a particular election? Mentioned in this law. How EVMs are to be carried out? Mentioned in the Representation of the People Act. How election notification is issued by the President or the Governor? Mentioned under the Representation of the People Act 1951. Similarly, what should be the qualification to become the member of the Parliament? That for the member of Rajya Sabha, you should be the registered voter in any parliamentary constituency of the country. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1951. For Lok Sabha, you should also be the registered voter in any parliamentary constituency. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act. But if there are seats reserved for STs, you should be an ST to contest election. Where is it mentioned? This law. If you are from ST, only you can contest the election. Where is this mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1951. If you want to contest Legislative Assembly election in Karnataka, you should be the registered voter of Karnataka. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1951. If you want to become the representative of the Legislative Council of Karnataka, you should be the registered voter of Karnataka. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1951. But it also talks about disqualifications. For example, Section 153 capital A, under which Mr. Pawan Khera was arrested recently. Now he's on interim bail. If you are promoting enmity between different groups on the ground of religion, race, place of birth, residence, language, or if you're doing something which is against the harmony, I'm a legislator, but I'm convicted under Section 153 capital A, I will be disqualified. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act. If I am convicted for bribery, I will be disqualified. If I am convicted for impersonation, that means I am a voter in this constituency. I am not a voter in that constituency. In that constituency, you are a voter. I am now impersonating you. I am taking your identity card, and now I am approaching the polling booth, I am the voter here, I want to vote here. But I'm impersonating you, I'm not you. Ultimately, this is an offense. And if I'm indulging in this offense, I will be disqualified. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1951. Similarly, if you are convicted for rape, if you are convicted for sati, if you are convicted for domestic violence, if you are convicted for various hatred provisions under Indian Penal Code, if you're convicted for untouchability, all these are disqualifications mentioned in the Representation of the People Act 1951. That means this law talks about the real conduct of elections, qualifications for those who want to contest elections, disqualifications also. That means after you are qualified, after you contest elections, you should not also come under disqualifications. Similarly, it is this law which also talks about right to vote. Right to vote in the sense, no person, if you are in lawful custody of police, you don't have right to vote. If you are under preventive detention, for example, you are under house arrest, you don't have right to vote. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1951. That means Article 326 of the Constitution. It talks about universal adult franchise. It talks about that all those who are adults, they have the right to vote. But some exceptions can also be made. And who can make these exceptions? Law passed by the parliament. And this law, Representation of the People Act 1951, says if you are in lawful custody of the police, for example, police has arrested you, you cannot vote. You don't have right to vote. Your right to vote has been snatched. If you are under preventive detention, if you are convicted in the jail, for example, I'm being convicted for murder. I'm spending 14 years in jail. Can I say at the time of the elections that please release me, I want to vote? No, you don't have the right to vote because you are in the lawful custody of the police. Similarly, no person shall vote at any election if he is confined in prison, whether under a sentence of imprisonment or transportation or is in the lawful custody of the police. Similarly, you cannot vote more than once. If you do, all your votes in that constituency shall be void, null and void. Where is it mentioned? It's mentioned in the Representation of the People Act 1951. Equality of votes. Assume, for example, that you are contesting from this constituency. Candidate of the Congress gets 10,000 votes. Candidates of the BJP gets 10,000 votes. So it's a tie. But who is the winner? In this case, I am the returning officer. What I can do, I can take a chit through a draw of lots. I can take one chit and I say this name is of the BJP. You have won the election. It is as if I am casting my vote in your favor, which means you have now one more greater than the candidate of the Congress. You have won the election. And this has happened. In the municipal elections in Mumbai a few years ago, there was a tie when a candidate of the Congress and the candidate of the BJP got the same number of votes, equality of votes. The returning officer took a chit, a draw of lot, and ultimately whoever name comes up, that person is the winner. And even in that slip, it was the name of the BJP candidate which was mentioned, and that is how the candidate from the BJP won the election. But in case there is an equality of votes, once the voting is complete, the returning officer will take one chit, and that chit can be deemed that returning officer has cast his vote in favor of that candidate. That means you have now one vote extra, you are now the winner. Where is it mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1951. And any dispute that you may have after the election, you can file an election petition. And where can you file this election petition? In the concerned High Court. You can approach High Court if you're not satisfied with the election result. Where is this mentioned? Representation of the People Act 1951. And it is going to be a paid holiday. On the date of polling, if this is Karnataka election, all those who are the voters in Karnataka, they should be allowed to vote. They should be given paid holiday on that day. That means even if they are not working, you have to pay for that day. This is to encourage more and more voter participation. This is mentioned in the Representation of the People Act. And the last thing which is mentioned, which I don't have to tell you, which you would be knowing, liquor not to be sold, given, or distributed on the polling day, not to influence the voters by giving them liquor. It is prohibited on that day, dry day on voting. And that is mentioned in the Representation of the People Act 1951. And that completes our discussion on elections. That completes our discussion on Indian polity as well. And in Indian polity, we have discussed preamble, introduction, union and its territory, citizenship, fundamental rights, directive principles, fundamental duties, parliament, states, judiciary, elections, panchayati raj institutions. But there are some things which we will discuss in governance. For example, in governance, we will talk about what is governance, what is transparency, what is accountability, what is e-governance, what is citizens charter. We will talk about what is the role of civil services in democracy. We will discuss UPSC. We will discuss institutions such as the CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General. We will discuss Lokpal, Lokayukta. We will discuss National Human Rights Commission. We will discuss Right to Information Act, Central Information Commission, State Information Commissions. That we will discuss in governance. In social justice, we will discuss various schemes related to social justice. We'll talk about poverty, we'll talk about hunger, we'll talk about education, we'll talk about national education policy. That all will be discussed in social justice. So, GS paper 2, which deals with polity, governance, social justice, and international relations. Just take a look at your year long timetable, and you will see different time slot is available and trusted for polity, different slot for governance, different for social issues and social justice, and different for international relations. But at any point in time, if you have doubts, please reach out to me. I may be late in replying, but I will reply for sure. Please reach out to me on my email ID. I will definitely respond at any point in time. Not today, not tomorrow, not day after, till the time you complete your course, till the time you are able to reach Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy or Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Academy. I will be there to guide and assist and help you in whichever way it is possible or desirable. Clear? Now, please take out your Lakshmikant and I'll tell you which are these. In part 1, chapter 1, 2, if you have covered it in history, please do that. You don't need to follow Lakshmikant for that. If you have covered it in modern history, for example, if you have covered it from Rajiv Ahir, you have covered it from any other book, then you don't need to follow this. Then chapter 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 3 to 11, read. But focus more on annotated PPTs of these live classes, because you will find that in Lakshmikant, not enough information is provided. Read Lakshmikant, but please focus on annotated PPTs as well. Then chapters 12 to 16, please read Lakshmikant. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, read Lakshmikant. 24, you can skip. 25, you can skip. 26 to 29, just read, but focus more on annotated PPTs. 30 to 35, Lakshmikant. Chapter 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Part 7, constitutional bodies. Focus on what we have covered in the class. For example, Election Commission, UPSC, State PSC, we will discuss in governance. Finance Commission, GST Council, we will discuss in economics. National Commission for Scheduled Castes, Scheduled Tribes, we have covered already in the class. But read Lakshmikant as well. 51, 52, 52 and 53 we have covered. Please focus on annotated PPTs. 47, 48, 49, 50, just go through them, glance through them once, just understand who is the chairperson, how are they appointed, how are the members appointed, but focus on the mains. Remaining you can skip and you can focus only on the class notes that we will provide you in governance. That's it. Remaining you can skip, but elections you can focus entirely on what we have covered in the class. You can skip Lakshmikant for elections because not much detail is provided therein. Are state parties called regional political parties? Yes. JMM is a regional political party. We can call it a state political party, which is a recognized political party in Jharkhand, recognized state political party. NCRT books you can skip if you haven't read them. If you have, you can glance through them again. But we have covered them here as well. Is there any revision class? Just take a look at the schedule. For example, now we will have the weekend class in polity. Anubhav sir will take the weekend class. So you can attend that class as well if you need. Later, check the schedule and see polity will appear again in evening class. You can attend there as well if you want to know more. Okay, and also these were the mains based questions asked from elections chapter in previous years. On what grounds a people's representative can be disqualified under RPA 1951? Also mention the remedies available against such disqualification. For example, you can approach to court, file a election petition provided by this law. Under what are the grounds which are mentioned under which you can be disqualified? Section 153, capital A, bribery, impersonation. We have discussed. In the light of recent controversy regarding the use of EVMs, what are the challenges before the ECI to ensure the trustworthiness of elections? How VVPAT should be used throughout, how totalizers should be used. That's something that you have to mention. Simultaneous elections to Lok Sabha and state assemblies will limit the amount of time and money spent in electioneering, but it will reduce the government's accountability to the public. Discuss. And in fact, this was the headline of the wire.in. Same headline was there on the wire.in website, same article, and UPSC picked the same article and asked you to write a question on this. To enhance quality of democracy in India, the Election Commission of India has proposed electoral reforms in 2016. What are the suggested reforms and how far they are significant to make the democracy successful? We don't have to discuss these reforms now because this happened in 2016, and then in 2017 these reforms, the question on these reforms were asked. But we don't have to discuss them now because these are irrelevant, because now the Supreme Court has, through its order, said that election commissioners and the chief election commissioner should be appointed by the president after consulting a committee. So on the appointment, there was significant reform suggested by Election Commission of India, but we'll have to skip it now. If tomorrow there is another set of reform suggested by Election Commission or by Law Commission or by any other commission, that you must discuss, that can be important for your mains examination. I'm going to miss you too, not just you. I'll also miss waking up early in the morning, coming here and taking these classes. It's been a pleasure, an honor. What else? Nothing much. Also, you will be given a feedback form will be sent to you by the end of the day. It should be sent by 8 or 7 or 8 p.m. in the evening. Please fill that feedback form and let us know what are your thoughts and how well you understood the concepts that we studied. And please listen to me. You'll have to rate the class from 1 to 5. 1 is if you are dissatisfied with the class, and 5 is if you're satisfied with the class. Done? So, see you when I see you again. Till then, have a great time. All the best. Stay safe. This is an exam that you will qualify. Just have confidence in yourself. If you have the belief in yourself, there is no reason why you can't clear this examination. So, never start with self doubt. Be confident, and sky is the limit. Difference between plebiscite and referendum. Both are mostly the same, but referendum can be on any matter. Plebiscite can be only on political matter. Do you want to stay in this country or not? Do you want to be part of this country or not? Do you want to create a separate country or not? That's only on that political matter. That is plebiscite. Any other questions? Let me know. If there is an old email which you have sent me and I have not replied, please reply on the same email and I will get back to you. Difference between consultation and concurrence. Consultation is, do I end the class now? Said yes. Said no. If you say no, I'll still end the class. Concurrence is, should I end the class now? No, I cannot end the class. That means whatever you tell me is binding on me. That's the difference between consultation and concurrence. How to remember the facts? Revise. Revise multiple times and you will remember it. That's how everybody does this. So can you. 54 to 80 chapters do we have to skip? No, I did not tell you to skip these chapters. 54 . Niti Aayog, NHRC, State Human Rights Commission, we will discuss in governance. So in governance, the teacher will tell you whether you have to study Lakshmikant or some other notes. But so far as chapters 64 onwards are concerned, you can skip them. Chapter 64 onwards, skip them unless and until they are in the news. So if they are in the news, then you have to read them as well. Okay, thank you so much for staying with me all these 24 days, 25 days rather, because we took an extra class last Saturday. Previous to that, it was an amazing journey. Loved it. Always loved teaching students. Thank you so much. See you again when I see you. Till then, have a great time. Bye bye. Stay safe.